Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Just give Stuart a moment to mute his laptop, and then I shall remind members and officers in physical attendance to mute their laptops so that we avoid feedback, and if anybody online could keep their camera off as well, unless they wish to speak. That would be a great help. This meeting is being recorded, and the data collected during the recording of the meeting will be retained in accordance with the Council's data retention policy, and the recording of the meeting may be added to the Council's website. Members accessing the meeting remotely should use their SBC or KCC laptop to participate virtually, because if they use the usual link on the website, we can't always identify you and maybe not record it as being in remote attendance. So I will welcome everybody to this meeting. Thank you very much for coming out and joining us this evening. We've got several officers in attendance: our Head of Place, Joanne Johnson, Planning Manager, Ian Harrison, our Project Manager, Stuart Wilson, Planning Manager, Natalie Earle, and Philippa from Democratic Services. So, item 1, the emergency evacuation procedure. There is no emergency evacuation planned, so if the alarm sounds, please take it seriously. Does anybody require assistance evacuating the building? No, all good on that front. So, apologies for absence. We've so far had apologies from Councillor Kavanagh, Councillor MacDonald and Councillor Golding. Councillor Braun is en route. Have there been any others, Philippa?
No, just to say that Councillor Kavanagh is being substituted by Councillor Simon Clark.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed, and thank you, Councillor Clark, for joining us. So, item 3, the declarations of interest. Has anybody got any declarations of interest? Councillor Bonney.
Well, I think probably everyone's got something in their ward, but I chair the Five Parishes group, and I chair Romsham Parish Council, because I'm sure there'll be sites thereabouts.
Thank you. I'm sure that's already existing on your declaration of interest, so duly noted. Any more? No? We're all happy. Wasn't a question, Councillor Ball. So it was a statement indeed. So we've swapped the order of the events this evening, so our colleagues dealing with the policy around HMOs can get away before we get into the meat of the local plan business. So we will take item 5 first. I shall hand over to the officers for that report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, councillors. So at full council on the 1st of October, a motion was passed addressing HMOs. Apologies for the acronyms in advance. Please let me correct them if you would like me to. One of the items within that relates to the preparation, consultation upon and adoption of a HMO SPD. It was identified that this should address 4 topics. These are a maximum threshold for HMOs within defined areas or individual streets to avoid over-concentration, minimum off-street parking requirements for HMOs to reduce pressure on local roads, waste and recycling storage and management for all HMOs, and minimum room sizes and standards in line with national guidance. Before you tonight is a paper which sets out the initial steps towards achieving the adoption of a HMO SPD. 2.24 of the report, which is pages 138 and 139 of the agenda pack, is a suggested timeline which has been prepared on the basis of a government mandated deadline for the adoption of SPDs, which is the 30th of June. A draft of the HMO SPD is not available at this time. We have, however, set out the themes that would be covered, which aligns with the topics that are set out by full council, with commentary with how these would align with the existing policies of the development plan, which is crucial for the reasons that are given in the paper. The recommendation is therefore for you to note the time constraints for the adoption of an SPD, note the importance of the SPD to the council motion, and recommend to Policy and Resources Committee that it approves a consultation draft based on the core principles of the motion, and that's set out in the report, without PTPWG formally reviewing the draft. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. It was something that I mentioned at the Planning Committee when this came up last week or whenever it was, which I'm pleased to see in 2.2 on page 134, bullet point 2, the minimum parking standards. In my ward, we have had some difficulty with the amount of HMOs that don't require licences being built, and most of those are in roads that are within the Swale Borough Residents Parking Scheme. So I'd just like to remind the officers that, as far as I know, if a HMO is converted within an area where there is a residents parking space, no parking permit should be issued to that HMO. Thank you, Chairman.
I'll let the officers answer that question, but certainly that's my understanding of our residents' parking zones in Faversham as well.
Thank you, Chairman. I think that's my understanding too. But it's something that we can obviously expand upon and to clarify within the SPD.
Thank you. I think that'd be helpful to make sure that's crystal clear to everybody that is the situation. I've got Councillor Bonney.
Yeah, I don't know if I skipped over it. It's quite possible. But how do these work in terms of numbers that they contribute to our local plan? Is it one HMO property that's got effectively 4 bedrooms is classed as, one dwelling for our housing numbers, or is it each bedroom? Because in theory, they're separate households.
Thank you. It only classes as one dwelling, so it's not treated like a care home, for example, where you have like a ratio to beds to the equivalent, of private dwellings. So unfortunately, if you've got a 4-bed HMO, for example, that only counts as one dwelling for the purposes of the housing land supply.
Is that because government clearly sets that out, or can we put that in our SPD for the purposes of calculation?
It's set out in the guidance that it's because they share bathroom and other facilities, so it's only classed as one dwelling, and that's set out in the guidance, national guidance.
Yeah, I don't agree with that methodology because they are individuals, aren't they? That, otherwise would be in 1-bedroom flats.
Yeah, absolutely. Councillor Whiting.
Thank you, Chair. So first of all, just thank the officers for getting this done in double quick time. I mean, moving something forward like this is not always as easy as they've made it look. So thank you to them for that, because I think it's a really important policy, and it's important that we get it done in time for the deadline. And I see the government have put those deadlines down, and we're working to those. Well, my question is about the deadline, really, because I've no other questions about the SPD itself and the report. I'm going to be voting in favour of it. But the question I have really is the kind of delay between the end of the consultation and then the extraordinary meeting of this committee to look at those results. Because if I can't remember the exact date in May that we're going to be meeting, but if we're late May, that's 5 or 6 weeks after the consultation. And I appreciate everybody's worked really hard to get it this fast, but that really then pushes us towards late June, getting it adopted, which is right up against the deadline. So a week's delay on that urgent decisions committee might push us into July, which would then be too late. And I wonder whether we could take up a little bit of that slack between the close of the consultation and the report coming to this working group. It's just a question. Thank you.
Yeah, happy to take that one. Thank you. We never quite know what level of response we'll get to a consultation, so we never quite know how long it will take us to assimilate the views and then formulate our response. It's probably worth mentioning that the leader has agreed to do an urgent decisions committee being held for this. So if things go well tonight, we will look to then pin those dates down. Absolutely, we don't want to leave ourselves at risk of it not happening before 30th of June, because we know that is absolutely necessary. Yeah, we can look to make sure that is subject to Dem Services having availability as well, nearer the mid-May than the end of May.
Thanks, Chair. That's reassuring. Thanks, Chair.
Excellent. Councillor Baldock.
Do we not have annual council in June that we could put it on? Then it's sort of...
I think we're just going to look to Dem Services colleagues to check when we have annual council. It's in mid-May, so
right,
presumably slightly too early.
Do we have a full council in June? Oh.
Oh, so the timetable from May has not yet been confirmed. So there might be a full council in June, but that's not yet agreed.
It'd be best if we could just put it on that rather than having a separate. But
Yeah.
that's all. I'm happy to propose the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Baldock. Have I got a seconder? Councillor Whiting. So all those in favour? Thank you very much. That is unanimous. Second, the thanks to our officers who've done sterling work getting us here this quickly, and we look forward to talking about it again in a matter of months' time. So thank you very much, and we shall move on/back, depending on your approach to numbers, to item 4, the Housing Economic Land Availability Assessment 2025 findings and the local plan growth strategy and sites for allocation discussion. I shall hand over to the officers because there are, as you can see, a number of recommendations and some fairly hefty annexes to guide us through this evening. Thank you.
So if it pleases you, Chair, I'll introduce the report, then I'll take each recommendation to introduce that in turn, allow the discussion amongst members, and then move on to the next recommendation. So first it would be the HELA, then the growth options, and then the strategic sites, if that makes sense. So the report before you comes at a critical point in progressing the Council's local plan review. It sets out the previous local plan discussions with the working group and agreements made with the Council on matters of development need, approach to setting local plan housing and employment targets, strategic growth approaches, and the sites for allocation already agreed, and new sites for consideration for the local plan Regulation 19 drafting. As part of agreeing the latest version of the Council's local development scheme, the formal document for setting out the Council's approach to plan making, it was agreed to carry out a Regulation 19 local plan consultation in the summer of this year and to submit the plan for examination by the end of December, the deadline set by the government for submitting a plan under the current plan making system. As part of discussing the local development scheme, the option of not submitting the plan under the current system was discounted. It is now essential that members of the working group make recommendations for the matters in the report, so that it will allow enough time for officers to commence drafting the Regulation 19 document and to complete key whole plan evidences like transport modelling, air quality, and the plan's sustainability appraisal. Failure to agree recommendations on these local plan matters now will likely result in the Council being unable to complete a local plan under the current plan making system. Whilst the new planning system is emerging from the government, any local plan developed under that system would likely be a matter for detailed consideration after any proposed local government reorganisation. Due to the detailed, I'll go on now. So coming on to the HELA, the first recommendation is to note the finding of the HELA 2025. Members of the working group have been informally briefed on the HELA through its drafting to its findings in 2024 and 2025. The HELA takes a detailed, robust approach, reviewing sites that have been made available to the Council through a number of call for sites exercises and representations received from historical local plan consultations. Sites in the HELA have been assessed against their impacts on national planning policy matters, being found unsuitable where those impacts are so great that there remains no development potential on the site. Sites with development potential were then subjected to a detailed assessment that included local policy matters, survey by officers to determine implications of matters like biodiversity, heritage, landscape and sustainability, with officer findings reviewed against key stakeholder comments from organisations like KCC Highways and the Kent Downs National Landscape Team. The sites subjected to detailed assessment were then tested against the local plan's whole plan viability assessment that was brought to this working group in November of last year to assess whether those sites could be delivered against the emerging draft policy requirements of the local plan. The HELA gives an overall conclusion for sites subjected to detailed assessment that considers three main issues of suitability on planning matters, whether a site remains available within a 15-year timeframe for a local plan, and whether it is financially deliverable against the emerging draft local plan policy requirements. Based on these matters, sites were overall found to be potentially suitable where further evidence is required and development impacts may be mitigatable for, and unsuitable on any of the three main issues. A new category was introduced where brownfield sites were only unsuitable against the financial viability element, where a policy requirement of 30% for 30% of homes should be for affordable housing. So in essence, those are basically potentially suitable if we were to amend the policy requirement to 10% for affordable homes. And in the current Regulation 18 consultation, that development management policy has panned out into that document. So the HELA takes a robust approach that presents a series of sites in their individuality that could be could be considered for plan drafting. It is important to remember that the findings of the HELA do not determine whether a site should be allocated in a local plan or that it should be granted planning permission. The HELA simply provides a stocktake of the sites that have been made available to the council and those that can be considered for the local plan drafting. Having the HELA in the public domain is a key requirement in national policy, and in doing so provides clarity to stakeholders and other interested parties on the site the council has considered as part of plan drafting. Further, like any stocktake, the HELA will be updated through plan drafting and beyond as sites may change status through new evidence development and new sites being made available by site promoters. So the recommendation for the HELA before members is to note the findings at 2025, the year 2025. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments on just this recommendation, so the HELA part of the document, before we move on? Councillor Baldock. An accidental mic.
I was going to wait to see if anybody else spoke first, actually. So I was going to speak.
It doesn't seem to be, so after you. Councillor Gould.
Sorry, just to clarify what we're being asked to do, in terms of noting the HELA, are we being asked to look at the different sites at this point and makes it, or not, we're just noting it?
Yeah, because we're only asked to note, I think that's a I think that's a questionable approach, because it requires us not to decide, or not to have a decision on whether or not we agree with the approach in the HELA. There are some sites in there which are marked unsuitable, and I think that that's wrong. There are the sites, open countryside, and there are sites in the open countryside where we need small development, so that they can be, those hamlets and villages can be made relevant to local people growing up there and being able to stay there. And I think that approach is wrong. I think that we're doing rural areas a big disservice by turning them into stagnant dormitories and not allowing small development that would be suitable to their needs. We've had a few examples recently at planning where they made sense, but we just say no because they're in the countryside. And yet, as I always say, Ocado delivers to them. They are perfectly sustainable in the sense that you can get food, and what they may not be sustainable in is if you don't have a car, because there's no bus service, but you can still get your food delivered. So just the premises of how we judge this, I think, is wrong. So I don't think we should just note it. We should be able to agree it so that we can disagree it.
Understood. I'm just confirm with the officers that it's set by government, the standards. So some of them are our local policies that we agreed at this committee for Regulation 18, but the vast majority of what has determined them as suitable or unsuitable is the national guidance. I'm just confirming that's correct.
That's correct, Chair. The approach that HELA has followed the National Planning Practice Guidance in terms of how to develop a HELA. So it's mindful of all the national policy constraints, plus it's also taken a very stringent approach to local policy matters as well, which at the moment, through the current local plan, don't really carry much weight because we don't have a 5-year housing land supply, for example, or an up-to-date plan that would meet the needs for the borough over 15 years. So the HELA has actually gone further by giving substantial weight to local policy matters to determine whether a site is potentially suitable or not.
Thank you. So I think I agree with Councillor Baldock that national planning law is poor and wrong on a number of issues, but that is the system we're bound by. Councillor Whiting, then Councillor Gould.
Yes, thank you. I mean, I take the point that Councillor Baldock makes, and I agree with you on the views about the government. My question is going back to the one thing that perhaps isn't in the government guidance, which is the extra category that we've put in as potentially suitable or potentially unsuitable brownfield unsuitable, which is 1,000 in my ward, for example, is 1,000 houses now. So I don't want to discuss that. It's the those specific sites, but it's just they're still potentially we can still allocate those. We're not dismissing those because we'd be taking them out of the 2017 plan if we were to deallocate them, wouldn't we? So we're expecting to keep those in, even though they're marked as unsuitable.
So that's correct. The main issue with those brownfield sites is that they're unsuitable on the financial viability grounds, that they can't achieve the 30% affordable housing, which is what's required from our housing market assessment across the whole of the borough. So as part of the HELA process, bearing in mind it comes before plan drafting, it would set out that those sites are unsuitable overall based on that matter. However, because informally back in last summer of last year, we agreed with members the policy deviation on brownfield sites, which is now panned out through the development management policy that's out for current consultation, effectively we could change those to potentially suitable. But bear in mind, this stock take was completed in the summer of this year before the Reg 18 document went out to consultation. That status I put in just to be specifically clear that these are sites we should be considering because they are potentially suitable.
So yes, I'm grateful for that explanation, Stuart. Thanks, Chairman. So just to be clear, when we get to the bit about allocating sites, we can include, regardless of the results of the consultation on the Reg 18 at the moment.
That's correct. I mean, you've got to understand that the HELA is a high-level steer towards suitable sites, so it's guiding members to what sites are potentially suitable for consideration through plan drafting. There may be some comments that come back in through the Reg 18 in terms of the affordable housing policy. We can review that at that time and then come back to members again if there's anything we think of value that needs to be discussed with you about that particular element of the policy.
Excellent. Councillor Gould.
I just wanted to clarify that about the unsuitable sites. If there are sites that would fall into the category that Councillor Baldock is referring to, where they're on the basis of this exercise being classed as unsuitable, if we can suggest that there's some, a lot of mitigation that could actually affect those sites, are those ones that could be put in if we can actually justify that the level of mitigation that would be needed, or has that already been done in reaching these conclusions?
So I think the first point to make is there's enough potentially suitable and those brownfield only unsuitable sites to work with to get towards our balance of housing need target in the local plan. So there's no need to go back and look at the unsuitable ones. Most of those have become unsuitable because the constraints or the issues on them are so severe that they effectively can't be overcome without very substantial kind of investment and infrastructure and so forth. I think that one of the points Councillor Baldock was making was in terms about development in the rural countryside. So what needs to be remembered is one of the key or the core values of the National Planning Policy Framework is sustainable development. So trying to put development next to the most sustainable locations, and where we should still be considering of our rural communities, we have to be bearing in mind what level of services and transport infrastructure is available there to the scale of development. So the findings in the HELA does show some potentially suitable sites at our lower tier settlements. But it'll just need to be mindful that what we go for, if members do decide to go for anything in the lower tiers, is the scale of the development that is. So, for example, Upchurch within there has a lot of potentially suitable sites around it, but it's quite a low-level tier settlement. So, all of those sites are as a group would not be appropriate, but it may be worth considering which of those sites would be suitable to take forward into plan drafting, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Councillor Baldock, is it on this topic, or okay, should we stick with that and then Councillor Bonnie, if that's okay?
And we've got enough sites if we agree that they're good sites. This really gets back to what I've said before. You're pushed into a position of adopting a large number so that you can get what makes it sustainable. This word sustainable has now become very elastic, because where we want to, we end up giving huge developments and they get permission, but then smaller ones in the same area don't, because they're unsustainable. What we should be doing is allowing sites, and it comes back to this whole question about rural need sites, we should be pushing these sites to come forward with meeting rural needs mitigation. So where they have to provide affordable housing or housing that's committed for local people, and with maybe a couple of market houses to help deliver the other 8 or 9. These are the schemes we need to be looking for. These are the schemes that we need in several of our villages. And it just seems every time we look at housing, we just put a block on that. And yet it's one of the needs that we need the most. And this is our only opportunity to actually come up with something that would address it.
The wrong button. Any officer feedback? I think that's noted, but our hands remain tied by.
We got a Staple Street, and we got a scheme in Badlesmere. I think there was one in Linstead. These are, they can work, but we need to be giving them a push and facilitating them, not blocking them all the time.
Noted. Councillor Bonney.
Yeah, I think so. I know we're noting this report, but there's some things that I feel quite compelled to say. And I think the last couple of weeks on briefings that we've had as members on various aspects of the council have been, I think, enlightening, especially when you look at all of this information. So we've been tasked here by government with a local plan housing need target, which runs from this year until 2042 of 17,875. We've only got about 68,000 houses in the whole of Swale for council tax. So that is an enormous proportion of additional houses on top of what we've got. And as we currently stand, we've got approximately 11,000 of those 68,000 is private rentals, and approximately 8,000 of our 68,000 are owned by housing associations, so are what we call social rented or social affordable housing. So when we look down here of what we've got to allocate for, and then you take into account of how many people are on our housing list currently, which is about 2,500 in round numbers, of which 500 are currently in social housing but require a different type of social housing. So realistically, that's an additional 2,000 affordable properties to sort out our waiting list. We've got an enormous number here set aside, and then we're quibbling over the percentage that needs to be affordable housing. So we've got to build an immense amount of private sector housing that probably won't be private rented. And I'm not aware of too many providers hurtling into Swale on an institutional basis to provide, private rentals. So from a perspective of us sitting here as a working committee, allocating thousands of units all around the borough, adding to our existing infrastructure problems, of which we have many. And one of them, I'm glad we're not actually allocating sites tonight, because first of all, I think it would be a bit bizarre if we've got a public consultation on policies in a Reg 18 and we're sat here sort of nodding to allocations. But equally, KCC have got a forward education plan that runs until, I think, 2030 or 2031. And that clearly sets out a deficit of school places in places like South Sittingbourne. So if we look at our evidence, and although the HELA is screening on the basis of, sustainability, but we've got to look at what our partners are actually doing. And only over the last 2 weeks have some of my residents had no water because the water infrastructure is so poor. And there is no resilience that when they get cut off and then they get sent more water down the pipes, they then burst and they get cut off again. And they've been told quite clearly, because I wrote to the Chief Executive of South East Water, that basically they're the bottom of the list for having their water mains replaced. So if they're the bottom of the list for having their water mains replaced, because they're on the not urgent list, and we're planning all this, and we're told they have a plan and they'll create a plan to create new water, and I don't know where they're going to get that from. I really don't know how we can call some of these sustainable. And the problem is, the bigger the site, the more the risk of non-deliverable. And that leads me to Queenborough and Rushendon, which is in the government's ownership, was sold to us as a community of approximately 2,000 units. It then got reduced to 1,000, and we're now in a predicament of whatever number they've come up with in the SHLA. Now, we've got Homes England coming in next week, and members are all welcome to attend that committee meeting next Thursday to ask Homes England exactly why they've not delivered that site that various government agencies have had for approximately 20 years, and they've not been able to deliver, because the impact of that on Swale has been that we have to find other sites because their inability to deliver, yet they have spent millions of pounds, and it is a brownfield site. This is a government priority, and yet they decide they don't want to do the master planning anymore. They're going to chuck it out to the market at possibly the worst time in the market. So I think from a working group perspective, we've got some very uncomfortable positions here that can't be squared off as we currently sit. Will become a little bit clearer, but the failure of other agencies to deliver, and healthcare in Sittingbourne is an absolute here. We've got one of the worst GP ratios in the whole country in Sittingbourne, and as a patient, and I'm looking for a new surgery because I can't get treated in a timely fashion, and I have no alternative choices because there is no plan to create any new GP facilities. I find this a really difficult position to make any kind of judgment on.
Thank you, Councillor Bonney. Councillor Baldock.
I was just wondering where the Park Home sites were. I can't find them. I don't know if they're in one separate section, but...
Yeah, they're in Appendix 4 that we'll come on to when we start talking about non-strategic site allocations later in the meeting.
Councillor Hunt.
Thank you. I share some of the concerns that have been raised, but as with all of the planning, our hands are pretty much tied. We really have no choice. Government set what we need to do. Government set the guidelines of how we need to do this document. It has to go onto the website. It is what it is. There's not really much we can do about it. So we can discuss it all we like, and we can keep raising concerns, but at the end of the day, we just need to note it, and I'm happy to note it.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. I agree. I think we are this evening, sadly, in the pursuit of the least worst option by the nature of having had our hands tied. Are there any more questions or comments before we propose it? Councillor Bonney.
Yeah, I mean, I would like my comments minuted and noted, because I think when it comes back to consultations with government, we've got them there. We've made we've expressed our concerns. So when the officers come to comment, they have a succinct summary of our views here.
Thank you. I'll just check. I'm sure that's possible. Yeah, all happy with that. Councillor Gould.
So, accepting that we're noting it today, I probably have been told this, but when is the time when we do actually have to, nail our colours to the mast on this one?
Yeah, exactly. So the point is that it needs to be in the public domain to provide clarity on how members have selected the sites for testing for allocation. So it needs to be made public from this point onwards.
And just to be clear, before we get to that bit, obviously we're agreeing theoretically a strategic direction tonight and some other sites, but that does have to be approved by Policy and Resources. So we may well not be the final decision-making body, but we're at least providing a decision to disagree with if that's what those committees choose to do when we get to them. So that's where we are. We've had a proposal for this to be noted by Councillor Hunt. Have I got a seconder? Councillor Braun. All those in favour of noting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or any against? 2, and no abstentions. Thank you very much. So the HELA has been noted, and we move on to the second recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. So the second main item in the report sets out the growth options for the local plan that were discussed in the summer of 2024 and resulted in a recommendation by the Policy and Resources Committee to full council in September 2024 for option 6, a very large strategic site in the east of the borough against the remaining balance against the settlement hierarchy hybrid. And the recommendation also included officers providing members a briefing on what growth approaches are as part of local plan drafting. The growth options are being brought back to members now due to a few factors. Firstly, it's been nearly a year and a half since they were previously discussed by the working group. The Highstead Park planning applications have now been through their public inquiry, and other live strategic planning applications have been progressed and are likely to go to planning committee later this year. And finally, also there's been a change in the administration of the council since the growth options were last discussed. With regards to the growth options approaches, for the purposes of the local plan sustainability appraisal, a key evidence for the plan's examination, a preferred growth approach is required that sets out the approximate quantum of dwellings by approach for testing as part of the appraisal, and also alongside that, the preferred approach is then tested against 2 or 3 reasonable alternative growth approaches. The sustainability appraisal, amongst other matters, then sets out how the local plan policies enable the preferred approach to be as appropriate as possible, reviewing the development management policies within it to see if they can accomplish the mitigation, what other mitigation may be required. As part of this growth approach selection, members could choose to select a preferred strategic site or sites against the chosen growth option. The site or sites would still need to be tested through the sustainability appraisal against other strategic sites identified in the HELA that would fall within the zones of the growth approach selected. Members should note that the report at Table 7 sets out what live applications would fall within what growth approach, and also at paragraph 2.30, the HELA discusses the viability of strategic sites, and that whilst the viability of these sites is complex, the assessment gives a steer that only those at East and South East Faversham and Bobbin are likely to be achievable. Further, those strategic sites are the only ones that have been found overall as potentially suitable in the HELA. With this in mind, the live strategic planning applications are likely to be considered by Planning Committee or through the Secretary of State decision later this year and potentially before the Regulation 19 document is finalised. In the case of any consented applications, then the process of allocating strategic sites through the Reg 19 would fall away. However, the Reg 19 would still need to have strategic policies within it to demonstrate how those consented strategic plan applications would be part of the plan's overall growth and delivery strategy. So members are being asked to confirm their preferred growth strategy for drafting of the Reg 19 submission version of the local plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before we do this, I'll just remind members of the fact I'm sure they're aware, but those who sit on or might sit on planning committees where these issues come up should avoid predetermining themselves when discussing these strategies, and of course the second item when we're on the smaller sites as well. But I'll open the floor. I've got Councillor Baldock.
Okay, I've got a few comments on this. I don't believe we have a 5-year housing supply at the moment. So I'm struggling to see why we are not allowing the large windfall sites allowance to start from the beginning, because basically we're relying on them for the first 5 years. So I question F, the 186 divided by 5 years to 10. I think we should be putting 186 in from the start, because we need those larger sites to meet our 5-year housing supply. And the practicalities are we will be allowing them through the planning process. So at least this will give us a chance to say, right, they are towards the number, we are expecting them, it's not on top. I've got a problem with some of the assumptions. The biggest one was 2.57 regarding the Highstead decision. I simply think we cannot allocate for the whole site, for the whole period, on the assumption that Highstead, if it gets let through, will not contribute significantly, even until the latter years. It says, it is likely the smaller application could be built out in a 15-year plan. Well, that's 1,250 houses. We don't want to be allocating even more than we're going to have to deliver. It would be absolutely reprehensible for us to allocate 18,000 houses and get another 9 or whatever it ends up being, 8 or 9,000 added on top of it. So I think we should assume a higher windfall figure, and we can revisit, because it says here, should the scheme not be granted or suffer subsequent legal challenges at stall, an alternative or supplementary growth approach would need to be considered as part of the plan making. Well, I think that's what we do. We say we increase the number of windfall, or we basically say 3,000 houses will be subject to a supplementary growth approach when we know what's happening with Highstead. And if Highstead gets rejected, we then find another 3,000 houses. If it gets allowed, then we've got 3,000 houses in the plan. Because frankly, I do not accept, but if they get permission for Highstead next year, there won't be house building within 15 years. And we all know how little value Section 106 agreements have once they come up against, oh, but we want to build the houses. Just this week, I've been told the Baldon development was supposed to have a school after 150 houses. Now, because KCC haven't got any money, they're now asking that they be allowed to build out 75% of the development before having to do a school. At Quinton or Kemsley, there was a school there supposed to be opening 2024. The earliest is now 2030. So let's not pretend that if these Highstead gets agreed, that they will be held to any delays from third parties, and most of this is third party. Once that permission's in, the priority will be to deliver the permission, not the infrastructure. So I think the sensible thing is to accept that if it gets permission, there will be build out within the 15-year period, and we should not be double allocating. So I would propose that we, on the basis of that, work on 2.58 and accept a supplementary growth approach will be needed once we find the outcome, and that's 3,000 houses.
Thank you, Councillor Baldock. I think we'll have to ask the officers what the scale of that change means and what that would look like.
If I can take some of the points in turn first, I think the first one to address is the discussion of the large windfall allowance from year one. What needs to be considered as part of the local plan target over 15 years, we already have an extant supply of about 5,000 to 6,000 dwellings that will make up the majority of the supply in the first few years of the plan period. So we already have supply there which will meet some of our need. In terms of a windfall allowance, it's basically what sites that come forward that we're unaware of through the plan drafting process. So the best practice approach to a windfall allowance is to consider that once all the extant supply, the known supply, has been built out, then there may be sites that come forward that we're not aware of. One of the key issues as part of demonstrating a plan is sound through the examination process is that you have to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply at the point of adoption. And to do that, you have to have identified sites that will meet the need to get to the 5-year supply position. So by allowing a windfall allowance, particularly on large sites from year one, we'll be saying somewhere in the region of 2,000 dwellings will be coming forward from sites that we don't know whilst we've already got a lot of extant supply in those years. So the approach that's set out in the report actually takes a best practice approach that's been through other local plans. So it allows a very cautious approach to windfall in the earlier years to allow for the extant supply to be built out. Also to ensure that the allocations to get us to that 5-year supply position are clearly demonstrated and clearly set out there in the first few years. And then once that immediate supply of extant and allocated sites has been built out, in theory, across the 15-year period, you then may start having sites coming forward that we were not aware of, which will be known as the windfall. In terms of allocating a large site, so in the case of Highstead, you would put it in the plan as the whole site, but as part of developing the policy for the Reg 19, you would work with the site promoters in more detail to produce the evidence of what actually could be delivered on that site for the purposes of the examination. So looking at typical large-scale strategic sites like that, they tend to be very slow to build out because the infrastructure matters. Examples down at Otterpool, down at Folkestone Hive, 10 years down the road, and the first sort of spades were going in the ground. So you have to be very cautious on these large strategic sites because they take a long time to build out, and for the promoters to work out how to master plan them. In terms of if Highstead was selected, the figures that against the growth approaches does make an allowance there for Highstead of about 2,500. But again, the point of that is that it's going to be towards the back end of the local plan. So we do need those non-strategic allocations at the front end of the plan to ensure the plan is successful through its examination process.
Thank you. Is that clear, Councillor Bullock?
Well, this just plays into developers' hands. They've got their extant permissions. As soon as they've got them, they can sit on them. They can say, oh yeah, we'll deliver that in year 2. Yeah, we can do that by year 4. Then they've got their allocation and their permission. Oh, don't deal with that so quick. But we've got this other site that we'll put 150 on in the meantime. So by allocating and giving them the confidence that they've got these sites in the bag, they slow down. And that's what causes all the problems. So I think we've got to say, yeah, in our part of our 5-year supply, we have had a record of housing numbers coming through which have been given permission and have been delivered. We need to factor in all along smaller sites coming forward that can be delivered in a timely fashion. We allocate the whole lot and they sit on them and we get stuffed. That's what's happened before. I don't see why we're going to do it again. So, yeah, it may be a cautious approach we could take the cautious approach, but that just stiffs us. So I really don't agree with that. And I don't know, I was wondering where in the figures we've allocated 2,500 potentially to Highstead. That's not in the 6365 figure. So that's why I think we should be holding that 2,500 or whatever for potential supplementary guidance document, as it suggests in 278, as it doesn't like in 278. Otherwise, I'm not going to agree the 6365 figure because I think we are over-delivering and at the same time opening ourselves to further exploitation by developers. Cheers.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Hunt first, then Councillor Braun.
Thank you. I mean, on the 15-year thing, I can see that I've been on this council and the planning committee and everything else for about 11 years now, and I remember at the beginning talking about sites that still haven't come forward. 15 years actually is not a long time. When you're talking about planning, especially if you are talking about major infrastructure, it's taken about 3 years to do Growthurst Roundabout, and then own a whole junction. So it is going to be taking time. I think it's a shame that we're in the position again of not knowing what's going to be happening with Highstead Park. I think we are at the stages we have to agree to move forward with what we've got, and giving a steer on it. maybe I have been here too long, because I've had so many steers. I think it's just gone round and round in circles and haven't actually got anywhere. And you just get lost with it in the end. And I think nothing has changed really. We need option 6 is what we went for in the past. I still say option 6 is what we need to go for. Everything we've got is there. We're in a bit of a stuck position with it all. We need to be moving forward, or we just turn around and say we're not doing anything. We'll just wait, see what happens, and have to go with the new approach that the government's going to give, because we'll be running out of time. So go with it now as this is, or just forget it. I'll happy to propose option 6 as a steer.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt and Baldock. Noted we have got some other comments, so I'll let those go first, but then we can vote on that. Councillor Braun.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say on High Stead, when we had the planning inspector advisory visit, he was very, let's say, not too keen on us having any of that in the 15 years. He didn't think personally, because it's not a confirmed site, we don't know if it will be confirmed, and then even if it is confirmed, we don't know what that timeline is.
Thank you. That's a helpful reminder from that visit. Councillor Bonney.
So I'm having sat through Oyster Park every day. I'm quite well aware of the arguments put forward by the applicants on their ability to deliver. What was absolutely clear is nothing would happen for 5 years in terms of housing delivery, because it would have to be the road first. And that was what was agreed to be inserted into the Section 106 documents. But what came out of that was the inability to draft a Section 106 between all parties, including this council and KCC, to make sure the infrastructure was delivered appropriately, including education. And it would have meant that had they signed as drafted, and we were, the 5 parishes group were told not to comment too much, but they felt compelled to, because they had to point out that the education drafting was still wrong. And this is what we face, is time and time again, is councils are faced with clever lawyers for developers who will outwit them on every occasion, and Stones Farm's another example. But every single one of our large developments has stalled at one time or another. But we're also, unfortunately, in this borough, we have a handful of landowners who effectively try to dictate what happens and will land bank. And we know which sites they are. And I think if you give them, they will plead at an inquiry that they can deliver it within the time frame. When it comes to it, they'll just sit on it. So I think those of us that have been around long enough, we've seen it, we've worn the hat. Our communities are now living with the consequences. So we want to give them the least amount of wriggle room. So we are quite well aware, but the government is adamant that it's going to change this, and that if they sign up to it, they'll be delivering it. So again, we have to follow what the master tells us. And we certainly shouldn't be over-allocating. And historically, windfalls, we have, I don't buy into, yes, we've got all these extant permissions, but some of them are held up because, quite frankly, they can't afford to do anything, and they were spivs, and they were going to just they were going to flip it, most of these sites. They're in and outers. They're not deliverers. There's very few actual delivery companies. So, when you're faced with a barrage of spivs and flippers, then it means you're not going to get the delivery. And they're just going to sit there. But what it does mean is that there'll be an awful lot of windfall, because other things will come along. I mean, if you look to various bits of our high street are falling to pieces, people will take that as an opportunity and hopefully will deliver something and probably turn it around quickly. And the small sites, those windfalls do get delivered quickly and in a short space of time. So I think we do have to be mindful, and I don't always agree with Mike, but I do think there is some merit in there of if they've not already delivered and they're extant and they've been extant for a long while, is there any hope that they're going to deliver any time soon? And if you look at Queenborough and Rushenden, that is clearly the case that they won't be, but that's an extant, allocation. It's not got full planning as such, but I think we have to keep this in mind. They might be harsh words, but it's a fair reflection.
Was that Councillor Whiting indicating?
Yes, thanks, Chair, because I'm just... It's quite... I kind of want to support what Councillor Hunt has proposed on option 6, but we're kind of nailing our colours to the mast on one of the applications that's already in, which is the one in Faversham for 2,500. There are the other... There's a list of them on page 6 in table 2 of others that are coming in. And so I'm keen to kind of understand if we're going to go for a very large strategic site to the east, we've still got if we do that, we've still got this problem that the other two in Bobbing and Highstead as well, the two in Highstead, Bobbing, Winterbourne Fields, they may all get planning permission by the end of next year, one way or another. And then we've ended up with an extra 10,000, 10, 12, 15,000. So I'm confused as to, we don't want to create an oversupply, if you like, but we may be forced to do that anyway. And I wonder what weight, if we pick just one of those 4 out of table 2 and attach it to option 6, then what's the logic of taking one and not the others, other than the fact we'd rather see the housing perhaps in the east of the borough rather than in Sittingbourne or on Sheppey? We'd rather see it in Faversham, which is a policy decision that the council could take. And that seems the reason for choosing number 6 and highlighting that particular strategic site over and above the other strategic sites. So I suppose an explanation, if it's possible to ask Councillor Hunt just an explanation of why the proposal for number 6, option 6, is in his mind. It may help me just make my mind up. That's because I don't want to over egg it with 10,000 houses when we don't. But we may end up with those anyway, and then we're going to add all of our hierarchy sites to that. We're up in double figures over what we actually need to provide. But that may be taken out of our hands, of course. But...
Quite so. I'm very happy for Councillor Hunt to come back if he wants.
Oh, thank you, Chair.
I'm happy to clarify. I picked that one because I don't like the others. And if you want, just from what's been said about other sites, they'll come forward as planning applications and have to all be done on their own merits, like we're told on each one. So at the end of the day, we need to give a steer, and that one, in my view, for the residents on my side of the borough, is the better one. So that's the one I would go for.
You will be shocked to learn that from the chair I strongly disagree and think that option 4 would be preferable. But I will. I'm sorry, I've forgotten who else indicated. Councillor Baldock. Did somebody else?
Well, as the seconder, and I accept the challenge as well. The reason I think it is the most sensible option, it's 3 or 4-fold actually. One is the amount of development we've had in the West and the impact it's had on employment on the Eurolink. We've had, because of the constant congestion we've had around there, we need to get confidence back in the Eurolink. And the Bobbing site would just cause more chaos all along the 249. It would restrict the potential for Sheppey, because we've already seen the impacts of what's happening. We've seen the impacts of just Baldon on the local road network. So having that in Bobbing is just going to snarl up to A2 and A249. And I think people have already been suffering for a long time in that area. The more strategic approach is the fact that is it is the gateway to Canterbury. It is right on the edge of the M2. It is a sensible place if you don't live there. It is a sensible place because you're straight on a junction. Bobbing is on a little junction that's already snarled up. We need improvements to Brenley Corner, so it makes logical sense on that basis. But finally, and I know it's a groaner, but if Bobbing was to be given permission, and then Highstead was to be given permission, you've snarled up both ends of Sittingbourne for potentially 10, 15 years. Everybody says, oh, there's only one way out. Yeah, you're managing to find two ways of blocking it. So the absolute death of Sittingbourne would be Bobbing and Highstead North, I think it is, once around Merston. Both of them getting built out at the same time. You wouldn't be able to move into Sittingbourne. So that's why I think that the option 6 does make sense. It is the most strategically sensible option. And I think it delivers another secondary school in Faversham.
I strongly don't agree. There's no guarantee it delivers a secondary school in Faversham. As a person who uses the junction at Faversham every day, twice a day, it is not suitable as it is. The residents of Faversham have suffered for 10 years about more than 1,000 houses have been added along the A2. So that suffering is not unique to Sittingbourne, and that junction is not fit for purpose. It is certainly not fit for the town doubling in size in the next 15 years. So I certainly won't be voting for strategic site 6 as an option. It is not viable. I probably won't sit on the planning committee that discusses the Duchy, and I probably won't sit on the one that discusses Bobbing either. But to me, those strategic 4 offers the best balance across the borough and gives us the capacity with those 3,000 that should Highstead come forward, we will not be delivering very many of our small sites. And that has some advantages and some disadvantages to rural communities, as Councillor Baldock has laid out. But if it doesn't come forward, it leaves us some delivery room on the island and across our rural communities as well. So that's my proposal from the chair. But we have got a proposal on the floor, so I'm very happy for that to go to the vote if nobody else wishes to comment. Sorry, Councillor Speed.
Thought you'd forgotten me there. Well, I would hope not, because I actually agree with what Councillor Gibson has just said. I don't think it's... I do not support option 6. I don't think it's right or fair to dump such a huge proportion of the housing requirement on the east of the borough. The argument is that development in the east would be a rebalancing of the distribution of housing. But to me, it's not a rebalancing, it's a total overbalancing. I think we should disperse the development more evenly. They're all horrible options. We're being made to build far too many houses than we need to, but option 4 is preferable to option 6. It also has the lowest residual requirement from non-strategic sites, so it reduces the pressure on other settlements to accommodate the remaining development. Basically, option 6 will ruin the historic and medieval town of Faversham. And I just don't see how the road network could cope, even assuming the upgrade to Brenley Corner comes ahead. Basically, strategic urban extensions in Faversham would permanently alter the town's character. It would destroy its landscape setting, and it would overwhelm its services, which are already under considerable strain. Faversham is not a strategic growth town, it's a historic market town. And putting most of the growth in Swell East will result in unmanageable cumulative impacts. And there's also a delivery risk if a large strategic site stalls. For me, resilience comes from distribution, not concentration. So if I have to support an option at all, I would support option 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. I'll take Councillor Braun, then Councillor White.
I just wanted to say, and I'll be brief because I'm on the planning committee, I agree with what Councillor Gibson and Councillor Speed say. I think as an exploration, we should try and make it as even as possible, and we can iron out the details when we actually come to fully solidifying this after Reg 19 consultation. And I think that leaves us open for the best path forward.
Thank you, Councillor Whiting, then Councillor Gould.
Well, thanks, Chair, and thanks everybody, because that debate has just helped me clear my mind really. And the thing about option 6 for me, and I think I will be supporting option 6. The thing for option 6 for me, I think, and we're talking about deliverability. Houses around those new estates around Faversham have sold out and sell out far more quickly than the houses certainly on Sheppey and in and around Sittingbourne, is my view, my layman's view of what I see around me. And if we have doubts about deliverability for some of these things, then I think that the East strategic site in the East will help us front load some of that deliverability within the first 5 or 10 years, over and above the sites to the west, and certainly sites on Sheppey, which, as we know from the housing land, the Homes England land in Queenborough and Halfway, which has been fully remediated at a cost of tens of millions of pounds. It's taken 30 years, spent 10 or 20 million pounds on it, and still the developer doesn't want it. Even though all they've got to do is dig trenches and build houses, everything else is done for them. So I think from a delivery point of view, and to Matt, it'll be option 6 for me. Thank you, Chair.
Understood. I think the residents of Lakeside Avenue, with their many empty neighbours, might disagree with you about selling out, but I shall go to Councillor Gould.
I was wondering whether we could actually look a bit more option 3, because, I can see the argument for the southeast Faversham, up to about 2,500, but and the west of Bobbing one, I do take on board that it is a bit more isolated. It isn't integrated into the town of Sittingbourne in the way that developments, that development in Faversham has the potential for integration into the town. But then I think if we were looking to spread the development and encourage deliverability, then having the rest of it spread around, I think would be an advantage, and give more resilience against not delivering. So I think 3 needs looking at, and then we could take on board some of the comments about increasing the windfall amounts, and in looking in see what comes with strategic sites that aren't necessarily allocated at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Gould. So just to clarify how I think this is going to work, we have a proposal on the table for 6. I think Councillor Speed has also seconded 4, so we will take 6. If it has a majority, that will be the decision. If it doesn't, we will take 4. If that doesn't have a majority either, we shall continue to discuss, and Councillor Gould's proposal for 3 may well be seconded, and we can go from there. Councillor Baldock, have you got any comments to add on that?
I just wanted to, in response to what Councillor Whiting said, it isn't just his feeling. There was all the evidence that we got in earlier papers, which said that housing around Faversham meets all our targets a lot more efficiently. So it's not just a feeling, it was in the evidence that we got.
Sorry, Councillor Baldock.
Yeah, so I find this is awful, quite frankly, which is why I went on about Queenborough and Rashenden, because quite frankly, when that was originally sold to us as 2,000 and we're going to end up with, if we're lucky, 500, that means we're 1,500. That's a big old site. And, we want everyone in the chamber to say to Homes England, you're forcing development onto greenfields through your actions. And, having been through the whole exercise of viability, it's clear that where there is a higher house value, then the desire of developers to build is so much stronger, hence why Highstead Parks come about, but also hence why east of Faversham is so appealing to them. And And historically, having sat here for nearly 20 odd years, we had this invisible line called the Thames Gateway, which was quite frankly a barking mad invisible line. And thank God the Thames estuary or Thames Gateway is gone, because to my mind, it did, certainly around Sittingbourne, it did a huge amount of damage. And possibly to parts of the island as well that was included in that, because we'll dump it all there. And the net position of that had been, because the Isle of Sheppey was deemed unviable for social housing, so they didn't get any, although there is a really desperate need for that on the island, because we've got thousands of caravan parks that are used as inappropriate accommodation, as I would call it. But we've got this position in Sittingbourne where the infrastructure wasn't delivered with that housing. So we have, as I said earlier, this appalling situation with no plan for catch-up. I mean, I look at Faversham, and yes, it's a lovely historic town. I send all my visitors there. I like going there. I prefer to go there. But that's because it was protected for so many years. For the best part of 20 odd years, it was protected by that invisible line, and it didn't get that development as a result of that. So the backswill came to Sittingbourne, and all of that development without the infrastructure. So that invisible line is disappearing around. And I am loathed to look at large developments, really, because the concerns around them being delivered, you do have to look at, do people have a track record? Is there anyone in the room or anyone in the papers who's actually delivered any large settlements? And actually, there is only one or two in the market, and one of those is for a proposal around Faversham. And you think, well, they do have a track record. So most of the others don't, unfortunately. And that means they're probably into the flippers and spivs category that I talked about earlier. And we don't know what we'll get, but it's all down to what's in the Section 106s. Thank you.
Thank you. I think suggesting certain developers were in the flippers and spivs category would probably be treason, so we should avoid that if at all possible. But we'll take Councillor Hunt, then Councillor.
Thanks. I just want to make a comment about spreading the development around the borough, and I think that we have to remember that although we're looking forward at what there is, we also need to look at the past, and also sites that are currently in the local plan that haven't been built out yet. And that is the massive sites on the island and the west of Sittingbourne, the Kemsley site. There's other sites in Iway that are now coming forward where you're talking hundreds and thousands of properties being built when the east of the borough hasn't had that. And there has been some development coming up in more recent years. But if we look at the spread and how it's doing as a total, not just what it is going forward that we're deciding on, I think everyone would probably agree that the spread, even if we look at going one direction, it is more evenly spread. So I think that does need consideration, and how residents see it as well. I think that if you say to people on the Isle of Sheppey, you're going to have some more development to make it evenly spread, I know what they'll be saying. They've already had enough, and so has the West.
Councillor Braun, then Councillor Whiting.
Sorry, Chairman, I believe that either I've forgotten what I wanted to say, or you've got me by accident.
Entirely possible it's my fault. Councillor White.
I was just picking. Thank you, Chair. I was just very quickly pick up on what Councillor Hunt said, because I couldn't agree more. On Sheppey, we've got, since all these numbers were done, another 1,300 houses have been given planning permission on Sheppey at Barton Point and land east of Scockles. If we add on to that the 500 we now might get, there's 2,000 still to be built out. Although they've started at Barton, there's probably 50 are out the ground now at Barton Hill. But there's another couple of thousand on Sheppey alone. So allocating large sites in, if we can get large sites delivered in Faversham, the load does need spreading. And I wouldn't want to add any more to what's coming out the ground on Sheppey over the next 10 years anyway. Thank you.
Understood. If there's no more, we shall attempt our sequence of voting and see what happens. So the first proposal was for strategic plan 6, so a large strategic site in the east of the borough, followed by distributing on the settlement hierarchy. So that is 4,000 houses broadly around Faversham, and a further 4,000 distributed in the order of the settlement hierarchy, which we will be coming to that bit of the discussion later. So those in favour of strategic settlement strategy 6, please. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that correct? Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, I can't count. So that has passed. So I think that's the strategic settlement model we're going with. I'm going to check with members before we go into the next bit. Do we want to take a little break before we get Councillor Baldock?
Yes, I'd like us to take a little break. I would like us to rule out Winterbourne as being part of that option before we take the break.
That's
maybe not yet.
I'll pass that to officers if that's a thing we're allowed to do. But
excuse me, sorry, we can't rule it out because it has been submitted for consideration as part of the HELA. The HELA findings does make clear that it's an unsuitable site, so it will be tested as part of the sustainability appraisal alongside the other strategic sites in the east of the borough.
That's very helpful, thank you. So if we're all content, we have, just to be clear, we've passed recommendation 2 on strategic allocation 6, and we will be moving on to the smaller sites afterwards. But if we take a just under 15-minute break and are back at 8:30, that would be very good. Thank you very much, members and officers. Excellent. Thank you very much, members, and welcome back. So just to clarify how we're going to run this, the third recommendation of this segment, we have the very long Appendix 4 you can see with all of the small sites in it. We are going to go through them line by line and pick the numbers. We'll have the numbers explained to us so we know what we're aiming at, and then we'll then take the Gypsy and Traveller sites and the employment land after that, but those are more extant sites that have previously been agreed, so that will be a higher level discussion because there's far fewer specifics to go into with that. Are there any questions on the technical way we're going to do it before I hand back over? Councillor Baldock.
Yeah, I would like to formally propose that we allocate 2,500 houses, dependent on the outcome of the Highstead application, with an alternative or supplementary growth approach to be considered at that point, which is likely to be before Reg 19 has to be formally submitted, but it would mean that we could continue in the meantime without over-allocating. And I'd also like to propose that we add 650 houses to the overall period windfall sites to accommodate the fact that we are going to be delivering windfall sites. It's the reality of the situation. We have a very good record of delivering windfall sites, which I believe has exceeded 260 for most of the past 10 years. There are two proposals, but if they were taken together, it would find us allocating an approach for 3,200 of the residual 4,086 or whatever it is houses.
Thank you. I'll hand over to discuss the numbers first, and then we can see how we approach them.
Thank you, Chair. So the first thing to make clear is to get a plan successfully through examination, you have to be able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply at the point of adoption of the plan. So Highstead, as we've discussed, it would be towards the back end of the plan period, so would not contribute to that 5-year housing land requirement.
Yep.
Secondly, putting a large windfall allowance from year 1 onwards would not get through a plan examination. As I previously mentioned on the other recommendation, we already have a substantial extent supply there, which actually has large windfall sites that have been allowed through appeal in the last few years. So there'd be lots of arguments why that would not be a successful approach to take at plan examination. So as I said, the approach that's set in the report there is best practice, has been successfully tested and through other local plan examinations. And because we have an extant supply, because we need to find new sites to demonstrate that 5-year supply, we need to be very cautious winning windfall sites because they just won't hold up as part of an examination process.
Thank you. So, just to clarify, my understanding that your proposal on the windfall will not pass muster with the planning inspector, though it may be internally inherently logical. As we well know from our experience over the last few years, that's not the world planning inspectors live in.
No, we have had windfalls in previous local plans. I think if we take the demonstrate our current delivery, and I'm not talking about the full amount from year 1, but removing the 186 divided by 50 from years 8 to 10, I can see no reason that we are halving the number in years 8 to 10. But also, that leaves us 8 years without large windfalls. I think that's illogical. This isn't all about a 5-year housing supply. This is 8 years, but we're not including large windfalls. The 78 dwellings on the small windfall sites. No, I'm understanding that will come in from year 2. Because it's a 15-year plan. Is that correct?
So shall I take the points in turn? So in terms of the 50% caveat to large windfall sites, in terms of the strategy of allocating sites to get to that 5-year supply position, they're going to be major sites that will have some delivery in years 4 and 5, for example, but they will continue to deliver into the middle term of the plan. So that's why 50% caveat to that large windfall sites allowance is applied, because you'll still have allocations that will be delivering during that period of the plan. In terms of small windfall sites, they're applied from year 4 onwards, and that's because, again, we have windfall small sites in an extent supply. So the approach that's been tested through appeals as well as examinations is that inspectors won't count a small windfall allowance until the extent supply of windfalls on small sites has been built out, which normally is within the first 3 years of a plan period.
Thank you. Just to kind of, I suppose, clarify the appetite of the room, Councillor Baldock has made a pair of proposals. As we've only really discussed the windfall one so far, should we start with that? Has we got a seconder for that, and then we can have a discussion around it? So, Councillor Bonney, happy to second. From my perspective, it sounds like we're getting quite clear legal advice on what would be deliverable in a plan that would pass inspection, which is our key goal. And if we want to deliver a plan-led development for the borough, leaving more to windfall feels like an irresponsible approach to that from my perspective. But I will open the rest of the debate. Councillor Baldock.
It's not legal advice, it's planning advice. But I think, as I said, there are examples of other local plans that have windfall allowances earlier than we're putting in. And I think we are over-allocating by not taking as generous approach to windfalls as we can, and following the examples of other local plans, accepting the reality that applications will be made, the permitted sites, whatever they're called, will not be built out as fast as they promise, and we will end up having sites coming forward. If we allow for that, then we don't over-allocate. It's not a huge number, and I think we can successfully argue that at the inspection, based on our previous delivery of windfall sites.
Yeah.
So I think the point to make is, if members were mindful to take the approach of a large windfall allowance in the earlier years of the plan, and if that was to fail through the examination process, the inspector would then come back to us as part of the examination and say that he doesn't agree with the windfall allowance that we've applied. And at that stage, he won't dictate what sites we would have to consider adding into the plan, but he would certainly recommend a figure that we'd have to go away and then look for sites to find.
Yeah.
So my advice is that, I strongly recommend not put in large windfall sites in the early years of the plan. We have a very large extant supply there. A lot of that is windfall on small sites and also on large sites now that have been allowed through the appeal process in recent years. So my advice is that large windfall allowance in the early years of the plan will not get through the examination, and the inspector will come back to us at the examination process requiring us to go away and look for sites to meet that fall away of the numbers there.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Hunt, then Councillor Gould.
Thanks. I agree with the approach that's been said, the reason for not putting them in the early stages. But also I have concerns about the amount of windfall and having too many in there. It does cause us problems at planning committee when these come up because residents don't know that they're going to be coming. And I'd much rather have sites allocated that residents know that there is going to be development rather than having to deal with planning committee trying to explain why we're possibly having to approve these sites when residents didn't know they're going to be happening in the first place.
Absolutely agree. Councillor Gould and Councillor Bonney.
I was just wondering whether a compromise approach would be to go through this and be mindful of where, as we get lower down the list, we might want to think about whether we get to the end of the list, but have a sort of idea about a larger windfall allowance, which if it failed, then we could think about some of the sites toward the end of the list. So we go with the process at the moment because we're not allocating, get to the end there, but then we can think about whether it might be preferable to go for the windfall allowance as we go forward, but we've got sites, if you like, ready if that approach doesn't go through the
inspector.
Natalie's looking pained at this.
We're all in our own forms of pain, but that's. I think there's some value in us looking at the list and saying this is definitely viable, accepting that nobody in this room really wants any of these development. Accepting that we're making Hobson's choice and picking from things we don't really want. That some of them are more viable and preferable than others, and that we might be able to rank or provide some level of preference in that, and see where those numbers leave us. I think that's a reasonable approach to it. But Councillor Bonney.
Yeah, having taken part in our previous local plan processes and actually sat there opposite planning inspectors and had a whole discussion on numbers and how the council's previously approached it, we did previously have an issue where we were short and additional sites were put forwards. My personal opinion is that there was one particular site where that was quite clearly a deliberate ploy by the administration at the time to get a site in, and that was Stones Farm and Borden. And we as locals were quite well aware of the shenanigans that were going on with that and those allocations, and that was pretty ghastly. But we can't stop windfall sites. They will always come to planning. So whether you accept them in your supply or not, they will come forwards. The extent to which we document and have the documentation to prove that we have a consistent windfall supply, which we do, and I don't think anyone denies that, that needs to be evidenced to the inspector. I think where it went wrong last time was it was an absolute shambles when it came to presenting the numbers, and they didn't add up. And that's where this council fell down, was how they were presented and the arguments put forward. And I sat there and I was absolutely mortified at the time, thinking it looks really bad because the numbers just plainly don't add up. And the inspector took a pretty dim view of that, and that's when we had to then backfill on sites. But so long as you can argue your case with reasonable evidence, I think most inspectors, they might not always make the decisions we want, but if you can put forward a logical case that can be argued, and if you've got historic data to back it, then I think that's a reasonable approach.
Councillor Baldock.
I am minded to withdraw my motion until after we've gone through the sites, with a reservation that should we amazingly not find 4,000 happy sites that we approve, I would resubmit. I would still like to go forward with the proposal that we consider a 2.58 and a strategic or supplementary document to an alternative or supplementary growth approach after the Highstead has been finalised, as I really think we would be potentially over allocating by a huge amount on that basis. But again, I'm happy to hold that back if we want to go through these sites and
I'll let Stuart explain the numbers, and then we might find them, and I think that's a sensible approach. Unless you are going to disagree, Councillor Hunt, with that approach.
I was going to disagree, but I was going to say if Councillor Baldock isn't withdrawing that, he's going to wait. I'm happy to second it.
You're happy to second that we go for supplement?
Can I take some officer advice on what that means and what that looks like in terms of what we would do next? So the Highstead bit, so the supplementary development plan, if we go on the basis of that calculation, clearly that affects the number we're aiming for. But what does that do to the shape of our plan making process?
I suppose the first point is that the Highstead scenario would be if Highstead was allowed by the Secretary of State, that we would then have to consider it as part of our overall supply. The alternative is the Secretary of State may not allow the inquiry, so that's something to be considered. So in some ways it makes sense to have it maybe as its own kind of standalone approach if it was allowed, we were just discussing how we would address that through the plan. I think the point to make in terms of plan making is you have to have a strategy that is deliverable. So when you go to examination, you have to have the sites identified that can meet the needs for the development needs for the borough. If Highstead was allowed before we got to the Reg 19 in the summer, then we could factor that into our approach and come back to members. As I said, there is still the possibility that there'll be a judicial review either way on the decision, which may delay things and may overturn a decision. So there's a lot of uncertainties there. So I think the kind of sort of separate standalone approach to it would make sense, but we've got to be mindful that we couldn't count that as part of the plan approach at this stage until we have the certainty of whether it's been allowed or not.
Understood. And the other thing that occurs to me is obviously we have agreed to take a settlement priority approach to the rest of this allocation. Should we? Well, whichever decision we make is broadly unfair to Sittingbourne. So either we agree not to do it, to not take Highstead into consideration, and therefore allocate most heavily in the Sittingbourne area for these smaller sites, and then Highstead happens, and that's more development for Sittingbourne than was originally planned, or we put in this allocation for Sittingbourne, include it as the settlement strategy, Highstead is then denied, and then we have almost no development in Sittingbourne at all, which is unfair on the rest of the borough, and also brings no strategic and infrastructure priorities to Sittingbourne, which is not great for the residents either. So that it doesn't feel ideal in either outcome, frankly. Councillor Baldock.
Come on. When did we agree that we were going to allocate the rest of these by settlement strategy? We've just agreed a strategic approach. That doesn't mean that we then allocate by a settlement strategy, because we have to look at the sites. Also,
it's part of 6 that we just voted for.
Yeah, that's all right. So settlement hierarchy hybrid. Yeah, amend that proposal and move that line.
If Councillor Baldock would like to change his vote and unscrew the historic town of Faversham, he's very welcome to do so. But in a more serious note, we shall. So we have. Sorry, was that?
As I say, I guess in an ideal world, would have a list that assumed Highstead and all the others never got planning permission, and then we'd have another list that assumed Highstead got consent from the Secretary of State, and a third list that had one of the others on or 2 of the others on. We could go around in circles creating a list with various lines across it, at which point we'll only consider those if that gets planning consent. And I think we'll leave ourselves in a muddle therefore. And I think we just need to find the 4,000 houses and assume that and if we work it from there. But we can't. We're going to have 8 or 9 scenarios otherwise, and I think that would just become impossible for the officers to manage. And I don't know how confusing that would be going forward to the planning inspector.
We're all quite confused already.
Okay, so the Regulation 19 consultation as proposed is a version of the plan that the council should think that is sound to get through examination. So it has to have a development strategy in there that will meet the needs for the borough. So we can't triple track, we can't play different scenarios. We have to make clear what the council's preferred growth approach is.
Understood. I think we've heard the arguments. Councillor Baldock has made a proposal, seconded by Councillor Hunt. Is there a new point, Councillor Baldock, or are we on? Okay. Well, I think we've had a discussion. So we should vote on that. Do we wish to take this Highstead dual approach as initially?
I think it's worth us going through the site, seeing where the numbers are, and then at the end of it, we can create a hierarchy of ones that we want to go through. We could then say, these are the ones that we would put through if Highstead fails, and these are the ones that we would put through if we decide to go for a higher windfall. That's not complicated, because we would just basically be ranking the overall sites. and then we can say that's a tier 2 site because we'll only do that one if Highstead is permitted.
I think that is quite complicated.
That's not complicated.
I think the indication I'm getting is that that's not going to work very well. So we have to make a decision about
It'll
this
work tonight.
now. About we should make a decision now about the number we're aiming for in this second phase. So a proposal is on the floor. All those in favour of taking the 2,500 Highstead allocation as a later part of the plan and therefore aiming for a lower number in this segment as proposed by Councillor Baldock and Councillors Hunt. 4 in favour. Five in favour. All those against. Kind of against that. Any abstentions? Councillor Clark. So that has passed. We should... Sorry, Councillor Hunt.
I'm just going to throw something else in. Have we got a number for the brownfield sites that are in this document?
I think before we've done all of this, Stuart was trying very hard to explain to us the numbers we were aiming for, which I'm sure will be covered in that bit now, although we've just changed the number, so that's probably made that less helpful for him. But
because I've got a proposal once you know that.
Right. So should we... I'll hand back to Stuart if you're ready, and if that's not thrown all the maths out, sit and get us back on track.
Okay, so let's take it a step at a time. So members have agreed growth option 6, which has a residual need of 4,068 dwellings. So if Highstead was proposed to carry through, that would result in
2,500. So you've got 1,568 left.
Sorry, what?
1,568.
Yeah.
Still.
I think Joanne's just spotted an error in the report. So the figures in there say that the Highstead North would do 1,250 and the Highstead South would do 750. So that actually totals at 2,000 rather than 2,500 in the report.
Yeah, I disagree with your figures. I think they'll come through quicker. I think that's far too much to leave back. That's just assuming in 15 years 750 houses will be built in Highstead South, which I don't think is realistic at all.
I think we have to take the numbers.
We voted.
But we voted on the portion of the report that says 2,000.
No, we voted on my figures of proposing that we take 2,500 out, which is what I believe will be delivered in the period of the plan.
So if I can come at this stage, because it would be at the back end of the plan, we can have a bit more flexibility at this stage in terms of what we're estimating. We will need to refine that if it is chosen as an allocation with the site promoters to what actually can be delivered. So yeah, we could take the 2,500 approach for now, but it's a very high risk and it would be at the back end of the plan and it would not help a 5-year housing land supply position.
Oh no, none of it will. Highstead won't in any event.
So just coming on to Councillor Hunt's question about brownfield sites, it's actually table 3 in the report that I want to direct you to. I think it's different in your agenda packs to... So table 3 sets out the potentially suitable...
We don't know, it's different.
No, it's in the main report.
Yeah, at the bottom it says page number. I'll print it out. Has it got that?
Page 15.
Page 15. Page 14 and 15.
So that table 3 sets out the potentially suitable sites, the brownfield, unsuitable only on the viability, affordable housing contribution, and unsuitable sites. At the bottom of that table, you'll see the total for brownfield sites is 1,512 dwellings.
So can I come back? Yeah, thanks. So I'd like to propose that if it's brownfield in this thing, that it's put forward just on block. If it's brownfield, we should be building on brownfield. And this has come forward. I don't see why we go for each one. We should just do it on block that brownfield goes forward.
So I've got a proposal in second. I'm just going to check with the officers that may be what Stuart is proposing. We're calculating anyway, but I'll just double check that.
I mean, absolutely. Brownfield First is a government initiative as well. I think the only thing to make clear is that brownfield sites are difficult to deliver, so the policy amendment to 10% affordable housing is a requirement for those sites to be suitable. And in their individuality as well, they would not get the council to a 5-year housing land supply position for the purpose of the examination. So we still need to look at greenfield sites.
I second.
We have a proposal and second.
Oh, good.
Councillor Baldock has thirded. Any questions or comments on that proposal from Councillor Whiting?
Thanks, Chair. So we've got the 4,000, we've got the 2,500 that Councillor Baldock's done, plus the 15. So the balance of 1,500. The brownfields are 1,512. Does that complete our shopping list?
We haven't agreed the 1,500 yet.
No, but if we were to, would that, or are we saying we've now got to over allocate to take account of the 5-year land supply?
The issue is one of the key tests of a plan to be found sound at examination is to have a 5-year housing land supply at the point of adoption. The Highstead quantum, as I've reiterated, would be deliverable in the back end of the plan, so it would not contribute to a 5-year housing land supply. So the brownfield sites in isolation are not enough to get there, and even though you'll be over allocating because of Highstead, you will not be able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply without some greenfield sites in the earlier part of the plan.
And I don't wish to add to the misery, but I don't believe the 4,000 we've strategically allocated in Faversham add to the 5-year land supply in any meaningful way either. So that's not. Councillor Bonnet.
Out of the brownfield sites, in order to meet our 5 years, how much would have to be in there? How much of that total to make our 5-year supply?
Okay, so the council published its latest 5-year housing land supply position back in November of last year. The position was 3.97 years worth of supply, and the shortfall was just over 1,100 dwellings. So to get to a 5-year supply position based on a non-plan-led approach, we'd need to find sites that could deliver 1,100 dwellings in the immediate 5 years. So moving on to the brownfield sites, as I say, because they're a lot more difficult to deliver, a lot of work will need to be done in advance of the examination to determine what brownfield sites could be deliverable in the 5-year period, whereas greenfield sites have less kind of constraints there, and there's a higher probability that they will be deliverable in the shorter term part of the plan. The smaller greenfield sites, not the strategic ones.
So, Chairman, if I may come back, this is exactly why we need to be leveraging on Homes England and a government to sort out Queenborough and Rushenden, because that site has now been land raised. I think the total sum that they've spent doing that's somewhere in the region of 30 to 40 million pounds of taxpayers' money. And although individual parcels, because what we need is a master developer to actually expedite this and have that oversight over what's delivered, including the infrastructure on the site. And bearing in mind that was originally up for 2,000, this is exactly back to the government. They set the numbers, they own the site, they've spent the money, they need to deliver on their site, and it should be within our 5-year supply. The only thing that is stopping that is money and finance from government on that site that they knew when they acquired it would require capital investment. It was a loss leader, and that's why they took it on. So I think this is where this council, with its minority Labour leadership, needs to be playing hardball with their masters up in London on this, because this has a ramification across the whole borough.
Noted. Councillor Baldock.
Okay, so what basically Stuart's telling us is we need to find 1,100 for the 5-year housing supply. What have we got currently in planning applications that are coming forward? We must have an in-stream. That doesn't mean to say we would agree them all, but they are going to be on the table. They're going to be the ones that in the next 18 months, until this is resolved, will get permission. So we need to factor them in.
I believe that's already part of the previous calculation.
That's what ones that permissions that have been given. This is ones that I'm thinking about the smaller ones, the ones that we would need to meet 1,100 in a 5-year period, that are coming forward. They may, as I say, they may not get planning permission, but are there ones that are coming forward that are being recommended or are likely to be recommended, which we can factor in? We know there are. So some of those will get towards that 1,100. So I don't think we're far off. I think we should try and identify a few sites that we do approve, and we'll probably get close to that figure.
I'll hand over to Stuart to answer that question.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just draw members to Appendix 4? So it sets out all the housing sites that have been through the HELA. A number of those sites were informally agreed by members of the summer last year, and it is flagged in that table those sites that were informally proposed. So if you took all the ones that were informally agreed last year, you already have 2,175 dwellings informally agreed. That is a mixture of brownfield and greenfield of that batch. Plus, there are new sites in there from last autumn's call for sites. So what I'm saying is you kind of already got the figures there, but you've also got some additional new sites now, which you can have a look at as well to top that up.
Where does Appendix 4 start?
It's after the coloured spreadsheet, and it's the first bit of the black and white spreadsheet. Councillor Whiting.
Yeah, I was going to say, do we... That was very helpful, Stuart. I just wondered whether we've got a total, if we took all of those houses allocate, for discussion, have we got a total of the greenfield that sits on those tables? Or I can go through and add them all up, I guess.
I'd have to go through and add them all up. I suppose the
all right,
point is there's already 2,175 that were informally agreed by members summer of last year.
I'll add them up quickly, Chair.
No, so they're not. They were informally included. They are not included in the calculation. So that's what we need to go through and do now. Is, I suppose, confirm if we're content with our previous suggestions. Stuart.
Yeah, the land of Quinton Road is slightly complicated because it has a resolution to grant, but it's been stuck at agreeing the Section 106 for a number of years now. So it's still in the HELA at this stage, but on that table, it's not for any dwellings at this point. So, for example, if the HELA never gets, if the Section 106 for Quinton never gets resolved, then it needs to go back into the HELA. So for the moment, it's still in there, but I'm proposing no dwellings from that site because it is actually counted in the extent supply. That makes sense.
So the figure you said that we've got agreed in here doesn't include those existing local plan allocations. They're over and above that. Okay, fine.
That's correct, yeah.
Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Do excuse my tardiness. I was only asked to substitute on this committee a couple of days ago, so I've not gone through every single page of these papers. But whilst we're talking about the brownfield sites and that, do we know if there's a possibility that what was the old ambulance site just across the road there with the engineering site, and also the site where Swale Motors Ford dealers used to be? That's quite a large site. And then there's also the one up behind the Methodist Church just up the road there. Was that included? Thank you.
Hanover, I'd say we're going to go. We should be going through all of the list shortly, but.
In terms of the Ford dealership, it became vacant in September of last year, so after the current stock take of the HELA was completed. So my intention is to update the HELA again after the 1st of April this year, so we'll be looking at that site plus any others that may get submitted through our current Regulation 18 consultation. So it is kind of on the radar, but it's come forward effectively since we've done the stock take that's before you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just come back. Are there, Stuart, are there any other sites that have sort of come forward as possibilities since around that sort of time that aren't included in the figures you're quoting for brownfield development?
So it's difficult to identify private sites that become released from their current use. So when we did our last call for sites in the autumn of last year, we did put a lot of time and effort into trying to identify sites in the suitable and urban area. We sent something like 1,500 letters to owners of various units around the town to try and generate that interest. But as I say, that was over a year ago now, so there may be some new private sites that have come forward. One of the things I'm intending to do as part of updating the HELA is to speak with our regeneration team to look to see if there are any other potential private sites that could be considered in the next version of the HELA.
Councillor Baldock.
Can we just have a list of the sites that we previously agreed that make up this 2,000? Because we might be able to adopt them en masse.
That was my proposal for what we were going to do next.
You talked about line by line. I didn't like the sound of that.
Yeah, I've changed my mind. Having been reminded that there's a previously proposed column, that would seem a sensible filter to apply if officers are content with that approach. So we will go through Appendix 4 in our packs, noting those that were previously proposed, so what we agreed 18 months ago, which should include several brownfield sites, so includes that 1,000, but also should include 1,000 on greenfield, which should get us much closer to our 5-year land supply that we were discussing as our shortfall. If officers are content with that approach,
I can provide you with the list verbally of the sites that were proposed last summer. This is in the settlement hierarchy order. So the first one would be Sheila/270, land at Tong Road. I'll try and share it.
The ones that were proposed in the document are ones that we proposed previously.
So are they already in the numbers?
No, these are the ones that could make the 2,000 that we need to bust our figures. Shall we just go through and see if anybody objects to any of those that are proposed?
that was the suggestion. So there is a proposed column down the right-hand side, so we're going to go through those sites that are proposed, which we have previously agreed, and if we remain content, we will leave them in. So we've started at land at Tong Road, which I'll hand back. We can do them. You can use the map on the interactive map system. I don't believe there's a printed map of all of these sites.
There were individual sites, but it probably would be quicker to look at the interactive map.
Councillor Bonney.
So that site is. What concerns me about that site? If I just have a look at that map. Oh, it's there. Oh no, it's not that one. It's someone. Sorry.
If it's on the list, we shall. I've had a verbal assent from Councillor Hunt. Is there any dissent from that view? We're happy. We're keeping it on the list. Councillor Stewart, on we go.
So the next one would be 152 Staplehurst Road.
Over the page, 251, which is about that's 75.
Any dissent or content for that to remain in our allocation for now? I'm seeing no dissent, so we move on, Stuart.
Okay, the next one's the former bus depot, East Street.
as discussed. Any assent or dissent from that one? Councillor Clark?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was just looking at that. 22 on that bus depot site seems quite a small number. I believe, if I'm correct, there were proposals at some point for, well, they didn't actually come forward in planning, for a significant amount more than that, including flats and, I think it was sort of like 70 or 80 units at least. It's quite a large site.
Happy for Stuart to explain. I'm sure the maths is from a proposal.
I mean, we can refine down the site capacity as part of the plan drafting. The HELA takes an approach of 60 dwellings per hectare for town centre sites, so it's under half a hectare in size. So that's how you get to the 22 dwellings. We could do more work to see if it could deliver more than that.
It does say part of the site's in a flood zone, Chairman. So there may be parts of the site you couldn't build on.
So, noting that, we'll have a look at seeing if those numbers could be increased. They followed the standard formula, is how we've got to 22. But that given its very central location, there might be more capacity there. But there doesn't sound to be any dissent to the principle of the site. So we shall move on, please, Stuart.
Okay, the next one is ISP Church Street.
Sorry,
Councillor
Chair,
Whiting.
just asked a quick question because I thought we'd agreed that the brownfield sites were just,
Okay.
and that we'd look at the greenfield proposed ones to get to the extra that we need on top of the brownfield. And
I'm content with that approach if that works for the officers.
The only issue with that is we've got some new brownfield sites, so ones that weren't considered.
I think
we've agreed those on block.
The wish of the committee is that we support brownfield first in all instances. Which has made the column even more difficult for Stuart to navigate now. But
so I will still carry on going through them line by line, but I'll just to say for the brownfield ones, then I'll just note them as agreed. Then so.
What do we do about brownfield new sites? Yeah.
We have already agreed on block the brownfield sites. No, the brownfield sites was all of the brownfield sites, new and old.
What I can do once we've gone through the proposed sites is then go back into the table and add on the brownfield sites that have been agreed, and I can have a look at the figures then.
Thank you, Stuart.
Okay, so the next one is not a brownfield site. It's Lady Dane Farm Buildings.
I have a view, which is that having made the choices we've made, putting more, particularly there in Faversham, is a bad plan. I don't think that is viable. I also happen to believe our strategic settlement plan isn't viable, but because I don't believe Love Lane and that bit of the A229 is viable, but that's by the by. So I think we should remove that, personally. Any other assent or dissent? I've got Councillor Braun, then Councillor...
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask for clarification. For the 5-year housing land supply here, how much would you estimate, obviously you can't get an exact figure, the greenfield is more likely to come into that? How many of this would we need roughly to get to that number that we're looking for?
Okay, that's quite a difficult question to answer without doing the maths and looking at each site and its individuality. But as I say, the current 5-year housing land supply position, we're 1,100 dwellings short. The point to make about that as well is that the 5 years supplies the starting position, so it's not you get your 1,100 dwellings and you're fine. You have to really go beyond that, because as part of the examination and any appeal, every site that you're claiming is deliverable in the 5 years will be tested and cross-examined. So you do need to go beyond the 5 years. All that said, greenfield sites, for example, this Lady Dane Farm Buildings, they're farm buildings, so they are classed as greenfield, even though they're actually buildings there because they support agricultural use or did support agricultural use. But then going a step further, in terms of greenfield site, a site of that nature for 25 dwellings probably would be deliverable in a 5-year period.
Councillor Gould. Then, oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, just really quickly. So on that, how much, again, estimates because it's really difficult, would you say on the greenfield we have on this list here, what do you think we could get to? And then outside of that, how much would we need to explore elsewhere?
I think we would need at least 1,000 dwellings on greenfield sites and the brownfield to have a chance of demonstrating a 5-year supply.
Thank you. Councillor Gould.
I actually think this site should stay in. I think it's, given that everything around it's being built up already, I don't think it makes much difference. And so I'm actually in favour of that one staying in. It's a very sustainable site. You can walk from there easily to the centre of town, and it's built up all around it already. It's Lady Lane Farm.
Councillor Gould might walk from there to the centre of town. I suspect most residents don't. Sorry, Councillor Baldock, did you indicate? If I made that up.
Just querying the amount of houses that can go on St Michael's House because it's big. And I think 9 units is too small. I know there are sensitivity issues, but look at that as well, I think.
I'm sure we can take that note. Councillor Bonney.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's built up all around it. I just think, you know, if we didn't put this in, it would end up probably as a windfall site. So, yeah, on appeal or something. So, you know, I think we take a prudent approach there.
By the assent of the room, it seems we are in for a penny, in for the pound on the destruction of East Faversham. Noted. Moving on then, please, Stuart. No, it's fine. I think the view has been expressed.
Okay, the next one is land at Graveney Road, east of Faversham. That's a greenfield site.
Graveney. Correct. Yeah. Any comments, assent, dissent? This is presumably even further east than what we're already proposing.
Not really.
Councillor Gould.
Well, given that we've option 6 has included another 1,500 homes around Faversham as part of this, sites. I mean, I think this we've already agreed in theory all the way out to the Thanet Way, which I hope could be not have to go that far. But I think if I can't see where we get the extra over and above the duchy that's needed for option 6, without doing at least a chunk of 118, which is below 111, on almost the same argument as number 81. If we go in there, it's close. It's certainly accessible to the town. I think it stays in. I think there are some doubts about the deliverability, because I certainly heard that it's not very clear on the map how much of that site is in, because I thought some of it was definitely sort of not for sale, but on what I'd heard previously.
Yeah, that's certainly my understanding, is that a significant portion of that farmland is not available for development and never will be in the lifetime of the owner. But Councillor Bonney?
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem about looking at the allocations now ahead of what comes through on Reg 18 and our policies. There is clearly some sort of drainage, and I don't know if there are chalk streams there. And actually, that does cause a headache, I think, that we shouldn't be developing around those chalk streams if they are. This goes back to everything we learned, I suppose, around Highstead Park and, the geography of the area. Potentially anything that has a stream in it, then we need to have really robust policy wording as to how that's dealt with if there's any development nearby. Because, if you look at what was proposed under Highstead Park, they were filling in an awful lot of chalk valleys that lead down to chalk streams. And this could store up an enormous problem in the future for us. And I don't I don't pretend to understand the geography around there, but yeah, so I'm not sure I'm fully supportive of that one, just because I don't understand the geography and the way the drainage and stuff works there. I know you can re-engineer things, but actually across the borough, we've got a really good opportunity to network chalk streams. And as they're extremely rare habitats, I'd be looking to see what we can do on an overall basis to preserve those and make sure that any development that comes forward is done appropriately, and whether we should even be allocating sites. But I don't know if that is a chalk stream. I don't know what the status of that is.
Are there any officer comments? I don't think there is a chalk stream directly there, but
No, I don't think it is actually. I think it's all it's quite clayey around there.
Understood. Councillor Baldock.
Apologies to you, Chair, but I don't think we should be considering any extra sites in Faversham, given it's got 4,000.
Hard agree for the first time tonight, Councillor Baldock. So that was my question, Councillor Gould, is we have agreed the strategic principle of 4,000 by agreeing the sites that we proposed, or at least are we thereby narrowing that agreement? Because part of the strategic 4,000 was the site that we're about to come on to. So I think we should be clear what we're saying here. So we have to commit to 4,000 from within this list in the Faversham bit to meet our own strategic goal. Is that correct, Stuart?
Well, the list we're going through at the moment are the ones that were proposed last summer, so there are new sites to be considered. So, the option is there to maybe take a site away, but then you'd have to be looking at the new sites to make up for that loss.
Yeah, Chair, the way I understood it was we're looking at the sites that have already been proposed to see if we could add up to 1,100 at the moment, and we're not going to reconsider the strategic sites in this list, if I'm right, because we've considered that as part of our strategy, our growth strategy. So it's the major sites and smaller sites that we're looking at today, like the 177. So I've got every sympathy with the fact that there's more coming forward in Faversham, where we've suggested we put 4,000 anyway.
I think we have to allocate the bit between 2,500 that's in the strategic site and a 4,000 that we've agreed.
No, we
There's
don't.
1,500 that need to be allocated. I think are being asked to allocate those 1,500 tonight.
Well, we've allocated more than 1,500 previously, so we should.
At the moment, we're trying to get up to that 1,100 number, aren't we?
But the list of what we proposed includes those strategic sites, so they're not part of the number goal, but there are more than the 4,000 in our previously proposed sites for Faversham. If for the record, when we have this discussion, and I told you were being too harsh to Faversham last time, you were being even harsher than you're being tonight. But that's by the by. So we probably do need to express preference if we feel that we don't want to deliver anything beyond the 4,000 in Faversham, which is strongly my view, in that I remain of the view that 4,000 is nearly 2,000 too many. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Looking down at this, I know we're looking up, is it 111 at the moment, but just moving down to 114 and looking at the map there, hasn't that already got outline?
Coming to Councillor Whiting.
Could I propose, Chair, that we carry on through the list and make a note? I mean, I'm making a note of the numbers as we're going through and whether they're in Sittingbourne, Sheppey, or Faversham. And then when we add them all together, we can then make a decision whether we take all the Faversham ones out.
I'm content with that approach. So
then we can at least make progress through the list.
Agreed. So we've discussed the land at Graveney Road, east of Faversham. We have some questions about the viability, but it's proposed at 177 houses, and we are aiming for 4,000. So are we content to leave that in as theoretically viable? Stuart, on we go.
Sorry, I'll repeat that. So moving on now to the next non-strategic site, Halfway Houses, Primary School, Southdown Road. 244.
Chair, can I just ask, can we just say the number? It's going to be easier to follow. That's all.
If we could, Stuart.
Yeah, okay. So Sheila 244.
Any other views on Sheila 244? No. Okay. Happy. Moving on then, Stuart.
Sheila 216 is a brownfield site. Land at West Street.
It's in the order I've got them.
What number? 216. Yeah.
Any questions, comments? So this, again, it's a brownfield site.
Yeah.
That's unsuitable brownfield.
Yeah. So we're happy with that one.
Okay. And this is an existing local plan allocation as well.
So yeah, land at 37 is in the existing local plan. Any dissent from that view?
I think it's also in the Borton and Dunkirk local plan.
Already in there.
No, because we discounted the existing ones as part of the overall numbers approach.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Gould correctly points out it's in the Borton and Corting local plan as well. So sounds like we're content with that. Borton and Dunkirk, sorry. Moving on, Stuart.
So the next one is Sheila 044.
Yeah, a live planning application. Any comments, Councillor?
I think the numbers in here are optimistic. I think the planning application was only for 16 houses. If I remember rightly, it's 10 at the moment. Yeah, there's 10 in a planning application that's expired. The latest one I think was the 16. So I think 29 on that site is going to be too big. But I think it's one that should go in. But I think we just got to look at what's a viable number of houses there, because I think that the site needs saving.
I think we can take that note. Are we happy with that, Stuart? Excellent. All content?
Okay. The next one's Sheila 135.
So again, an existing local plan allocation. Any thoughts, comments, assent, dissent from that view? Councillor Hunt?
This is one that has been around for absolutely years, and I know that the landowner passed away last year. I'm obviously not going to get through personal things with it, but I find difficulty that this will ever come forward.
Any other views? Councillor Baldock seconding the proposal to remove this for 21 houses that we had previously, in fact, we had not previously agreed. A previous council had agreed. If there's no dissent, are we happy to remove that, Stuart? That works?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, moving on.
The next one is Sheila 153. Oh, sorry, no, I've skipped one. My apologies. Sorry, Sheila 143.
Any comments or thoughts on potential for park homes? No, it's not. We had not previously proposed it. That's why we've not done it. Okay, so if we're happy with that, so Vanity Village is in, and we have no problem with land south of Little Groves, Laysdown Road either. So if we're all content, moving on then.
The next one's Sheila 153.
Any views, comments on land at Claxfield Road? One small parcel. Any thoughts, Councillor Speed?
Well, not happy, but on the basis that I'm going to have to agree something in Tenham. I'll let that one go.
Okay, I think we can note your unhappiness. As I said, many of us are unhappy. Any other comments on land at Claxfield Road?
Can I just ask,
Yeah,
are we
Councillor
including
Whiting.
that in the Faversham or the Sittingbourne? When we do the adding up at the end?
It's a rural. It's one of the village sites. So it's in the hierarchy of settlements. It counts towards the villages. So Tenham is, I'm going to say, tier 4.
That's correct.
So it's counted in its own right as part of their allocation. So it doesn't contribute to Sittingbourne's numbers.
It doesn't contribute to Faversham either.
No. Any other comments, Councillor Bonney?
All I would say is that that site is accessed via a very narrow lane, and that does. I mean, I know that lane is really narrow there. I don't think that is a brilliant idea, unless you're going to knock a few of the houses down on the A2 to access it, which I probably suggest they won't do, as they're terraces.
I think noted. The general assent of the room seems to be we'll leave it in, but I think we should note those concerns. It's clearly not an ideal site by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, well, just moving on to Sheila 154. It actually says for 153, access and connectivity would need to be delivered through 154.
We've pre-agreed.
The next one is Sheila 277. And this one's also an existing local plan.
I was going to say it's an existing local plan allocation, so
Yep. We're all content. Councillor Speed is content. It's still it's in the existing local plan. So all happy. Moving on then.
Next one is Sheila 286, another existing local plan allocation.
there is actually an application in for that at the moment, which everybody seems to be pretty happy with. So happy with that one.
Very good. Any different views? No. We'll continue then.
The next one is Sheila 022.
Any comments or questions on that? Park Homes in Borden.
I do.
Councillor Gould, then Councillor Bonney.
Yeah.
On your big heel, it comes out as unsuitable. Is that? Am I looking at the right one?
No, you're on Borden.
022 comes across as potentially suitable proposed on my column. Councillor Bonney?
Yeah, I mean, the main thing there is that this is sensitive to groundwater source protection zone 2, and I think that given what we've been through over the last few weeks, I think everyone should be acutely aware of the impact of developing over our water protection zones. They're there for a reason.
That's why it's Park Homes only.
Yeah, but it still doesn't help it really.
Any difference of view? We seem content is the wrong word, but we're happy it stays in the allocation. No, okay, moving on then, please, Stuart.
Next one is Sheila 119.
Any comments or questions on this? We had proposed it previously, the land west of Lower Hartlip Road or Munns Lane. Can't see any comments in the room. I think we'll take silence as assent. Oh, sorry, Councillor Baldock. No, fine, moving on.
324 Home Farm Breach Lane. I thought that had been submitted as a Park Home site.
That will be in the new sites list that we haven't had a look at yet. These are the proposed ones from last summer.
So we'll come to it. Sorry, did you indicate, Councillor Speed?
Yes. So going back, am I correct in thinking we skipped over 135? I weighed fruit and produce.
No.
We did do it. I must have dozed off at that point.
Entirely understandable and forgivable. We're moving on and we're going at speed, Councillor Body.
So the next one is Sheila 169.
Land west of the street in Linstead. Councillor Speed?
I'm sorry, but my recollection of this one is that we did not put this in the list. I remember objecting to it very strongly at the time, and I thought we agreed to take it out. 61 houses is absolutely absurd for that site. I mean, there was an application in for 9, and the developer actually pulled out because residents were absolutely in uproar. I mean, this is in the curtilage of a 15th century Grade 1 listed Linstead Court. This is a totally unsuitable site. It would increase the size of Linstead by about 15%. And as I say, I'm absolutely convinced we did not put this in before, so I really would argue strongly to take it out.
Any different views to that? I don't have a memory of whether we put it in or not. Councillor Whiting is content for us to remove it. I agree with Councillor Speed. I agree a 15% increase in a village or town size is utterly unacceptable and should be avoided at all costs. We'll remove that if we can, Stuart, and move on, please.
The next one is Sheila 306.
So Forge Lane, Upchurch, 20 is our proposed, and we did propose this last time. Any views, comments, questions, assent or dissent? Councillor Baldock, dissents. Any? Use your microphone, please. If you wish to dissent.
I wish to dissent on this one and the following one.
Any differing view to that? Yeah.
I just think the quantum that's being dumped on Upchurch, given its really restricted accessibility and lack of services, when we call everything else unsustainable, I just think we're putting a bit too much in Upchurch. So there are, on this list for proposed, we've got 150, 250, 300. We're looking at about 400 houses in Upchurch, which is huge for a village that hasn't got anything and ain't near anything.
436.
Is it?
Some very impressive maths from Councillor Whiting, but Councillor Gould.
I mean, just looking at Upchurch, there are 8. Is this the case where, if we're going to put anything in there, with there being 8 different sites here, we should perhaps, think what would be a reasonable number to add to Upchurch and choose the least worst of them, rather than having to go through all of them. I mean, there's as far as looking at the map, there seem to be about 8.
Correct. One of them is not proposed, and several of them are new, so we had not previously discussed them. So there are. Sorry, to get my words out. If we agree the ones we proposed, we are not agreeing 400 extra for Upchurch. We're agreeing several hundred. Correct. The new sites which are further down is more than 200 of that allocation. So we're agreeing just shy of 200 additional for Upchurch if we stick with the order and the system we've been following so far. I think Councillor Gould makes a good point, though. We're not. Your Councillor Baldock's objection is to the principle of development around Upchurch, and that at that scale, is it to that specific site, or is that one of your preferred sites, and there might be others that are less suitable? I'd welcome your.
Yes, you're looking at 330 would be the least. I guess 330 would be the least objectionable. I don't know how many's up on that one.
I can't see 330.
It's down there, wasn't it?
That's unsuitable.
That one's unsuitable, but I think it's possibly the least offensive. I mean, I doubt here you're into real area of sensitive areas. I would development south rather than north in Upchurch would be better. So 317. I think that's already got planning permission.
Not proposed.
Yeah, so but we've got to look at what we are proposing, and I would propose 317 and 330 if you're going to do anything in Upchurch.
It's down the bottom.
We're looking on the map here rather than the list, so the whole series it'd be on the big list, but as I say, they're scattered about.
330 is not in your list you're looking at, Councillor Whiting, because it's unsuitable.
That's another unsuitable one.
Why?
It will take some time to find the justification, I'm sure, but
Okay, I think what we're currently dumping on Upchurch is the roads to it are tiny roads. That quantum is ridiculous. Perhaps we could come back to Upchurch.
we had previously allocated nearly 200, so that will have a material impact on our getting to the 5-year land supply if we remove all of those Upchurch houses.
I think some of them are in for planning anyway, but yeah, I propose that we take them out for the moment.
I'm here. There are differences of opinion across the room, so I think we will take this to the vote. If council, so just to be clear, we're talking about the sites that we have previously proposed, so they are not the new sites,
so which
and they're not the ones that are listed as unsuitable. So we are talking about 306 Forge Lane, 308 south of Forge Lane and Hollywell, 310, correct, land adjacent to Oak Lane, and 312 land at Chafe Lane, and that might be pronounced incorrectly, 319 land at Longfield, and that's it.
With 319.
There.
So those are the ones that are proposed.
Together, kind of around there, aren't they?
Yeah, it's just huge destruction of the village.
Yeah, so Councillor Baldock has proposed none of those.
I propose that we take them out simply because it's a huge increase on a small village with no facilities, and the way to get there is dreadful. The roads are just not suitable. I mean, it's not my patch, but I'm arguing it because I know it. Yeah. It's just not a suitable place to build that quantum of housing.
Understood. If we could turn our microphones off so we don't all chip over each other. Councillor Hunt has disagreed with that view, so I think we'll go to a vote if everybody's content. So those in favour of removing the Upchurch houses from the allocation?
Yeah, okay.
Those against? They shall remain in for now, and we will move on, Stuart, if we can.
Okay, so the last one proposed list is Shiva 321.
What's that?
Land west of Warden.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Sounds to be assent in the room.
East of Warden, so.
Get them all a rowing boat.
So what have we got now? Is that it?
So yeah, can we have a numerical update and what chaos have we caused to your maths, Stuart?
Could I just have a 10-minute recess to do the calcs, if that's all right?
I think we would all be in favour of a 10-minute recess.
Well, so a lot of them.
But before we do that, I'm been told we have to extend standing orders because we've had so much fun this evening. We've got to continue.
Has anybody got any biscuits?
So I have got some biscuits, Councillor Bonnie.
Oh, good.
But
Biscuits
could we
and a
please
cup of
vote to
tea?
extend standing orders? Those in favour?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We shall take a 10-minute recess if we can be back for 5 to 10, which is too late, but here we are. See you all then. Thank you.
Right.
You don't have to do all this all to get at P&R, do you?
Cup of tea and a biscuit.
Great. If we're all back, just to clarify, we're now going to go through the new sites. So these we didn't see these 18 months ago. They weren't available. These have been newly submitted, but we are still a little bit under the maths we were aiming for, and there are some we would have preferred not to have kept in. So let's see how we get on. Is this about the approach or the numbers? Okay, I'll take Councillor Baldock and then Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to propose that we include Sheller 206.
We're going to go through them individually.
This is not a new site. It's a site we've had hanging around for donkey's years. It's an old industrial site on the A2. And I think we should give it permission. It's at Norton Ash.
Can we check with the officer? Oh, it's difficult to check why we didn't do that, but I'll hand over.
It's an existing employment site, and obviously through the local plan and through planning, we do protect it as an employment site. And that's why it stays in as a existing employment site rather than a housing site.
But it's just standing derelict. There's no intention to use it as an industrial site again. It's just, we've got Milton pipes blocking it. It's brownfield. If this is the site I'm thinking of, when you're driving 206, so when you're driving from you go past Tenham, it's on your right hand side. Got Milton. Yeah.
Sorry. Well, I'll just go.
Yes, there was an appeal. Yes.
So that's presumably why it's not deemed suitable. It's been lost on appeal.
But appeals come back, as we know.
It's still existing employment land. Stuart.
So I've just put the Sheila mapping layer up on the screen there, the internal version we use there. So that's Sheila 206. So amongst other matters, you'll notice it's quite distant from Tenham or Faversham. So it would actually be bordering on isolating the countryside there. So that'd be one of the main reasons it wouldn't be suitable for extensive development of the scale that kind of site could deliver.
Thank you.
Presumably,
Councillor Bonney.
Down, Chair, I think, and
that
was hit up.
Councillor Bonney.
I mean, I do drive past this one every day, and it does look an eyesore. But it's got more facilities than some of the villages have, because it's on the A2. But it's got a bus stop, it's got a petrol station, and the petrol station's got a shop, and then there's something else next to it. I mean, I'm not proposing it, but I'm just saying that although it might be isolated, it's right slap bang on the A2.
With a bus stop. I'll formally propose it.
Have we got a seconder for that? No, I'm just checking with officers if it's against our...
Brownfield, it's never going to be used for anything else.
So this has an employment land implication, but does it have a different implication for the viability? Can we do that, basically?
I mean, yeah, there's various reasons why that site's unsuitable through the Heller. So one of them would be that it's employment land. It's also isolated from the settlements either side of it as well. So it's technically an unsustainable location. And it's quite a large site as well, which, it's not near services. So...
Councillor Speed.
This is a totally unsuitable site for housing. As Stuart says, it's totally isolated. It is an employment site. There's been an application there before, which was refused. It lost on appeal. It's totally unsuitable, so I would certainly not support this proposal.
Noted that again. We appear to have a difference of opinion, so I think we should put it to the vote. We have received the officer's advice about the challenges of including this. So Councillor Baldock has proposed.
Just like to say that many things we have won on appeal later come back and become housing allocations. There's several of them on the island. We won at appeal, and then we put them in for housing allocations. So just because it's been held up at appeal, that was quite some time ago. We're in a new ballgame now. A lot of these that are going to be allocations would previously have been rejected and upheld at appeal, but our targets are higher. This will deliver, I think, about 50 houses, which could not have to be delivered somewhere else. There's a bus stop, there's a a service station with a shop. This is better than some of these sites that we're going to agree.
Noted. We're putting it to a vote, so all those in favour of including this number? All those against? 3. So if we can, I appreciate that creates another a later employment maths problem for the employment land. We'll continue with that if we can. Sorry, Councillor Hunt had a question about the numbers before we moved on.
It was just, can we, because we haven't publicly said what that number is, so can we just, for the record, say that number?
That'd be very helpful, Stuart, if we could just confirm our current maths before we begin on the new sites. Obviously, we've just changed the current maths, so that
Computers starting to die.
$190 dwellings.
on that garden centre.
It goes very far back. It's just that it's very the back bit of the site is all wooded and grassland.
Okay.
If we're putting it in, can you change the number? I mean, I would agree 190 on that site sounds huge numbers, and especially if you're going to be chopping down woodland, that doesn't seem such a good idea. As almost as with the Garden Hotel, the number that seems to be on this doesn't seem to match with what might be deliverable.
I'm sure we can take that note. We have on a number of others taken notice to look at the numbers. Councillor Speed?
Yeah, also 190 houses, that's 400 extra vehicles exiting the site onto the A2, which will cause huge problems on the A2. So I think that number is far too high.
We're really making our officers work on their maths this evening, changing it by the minute. We content with that, Stuart? We've got a plan?
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to go away and have a detailed look at the site and what it can deliver. We could start with 100. I think the issue is that HELA has identified it as unsuitable. It is isolated from settlements either side, so it's going to be a difficult one to convince an inspector on examination. But if members agree to the approach and for 100 dwellings, then we'll have to look at that in a bit more detail for you.
That is what we have voted for. So we were just checking the rough numbers of what we found and therefore what we are looking to achieve from these newly brought forward sites.
Well, to be robust now, we still, members still need to have a look at all the new sites so that everything's been considered. So you need to go through them all line by line.
I think Councillor Hunt was only asking for the number for public clarity, for the transparency, not.
Right. So bearing in mind we're considering the allocation of Highstead for 2,500. The figures are actually beyond the 4,000 tally that we're aiming 4,068 tally that we're aiming for now. But to be completely transparent and clear, members still need to have a look at these new sites as well.
Where are we with the 5 years?
Well, I can only make a guesstimate on the 5 year, but as I said, we probably need at least 1,000 dwellings on greenfield sites. And we got to about 968 on the proposed ones. So on the proposed sites that were greenfield, it's 968 dwellings. But you've got to remember, there's going to be some movement there when we start working with the site promoters. So we're kind of getting there.
So we need to. We're not a million miles away, but we do need to look at all of these newly proposed greenfield sites seriously. Yeah, they're on here. They're on the same appendix. They're just listed differently. Yeah, Councillor Gould. Correct. Appendix 4. It's all together. Yeah. So, Stuart, should we start at the beginning?
Yeah, well, they're ordered by assessment hierarchy. So you have all the proposed, then all the new sites. So the next one is Sheila 404, land at Sheppey Way.
So 36 houses in land at Sheppey Way.
I don't really think it counts as Sittingbourne. It's the other side of the A249, so it's not really part of a principal town. It's in Bobbing. Yeah, so I don't think this one is really settlement hierarchy 1.
Noted. Is it a suitable development site given your
No.
passion for rural development?
No, because of a 249. It's one of those that would require access onto the 249 or around a tiny country lane. Yeah.
Indeed.
So it's much
Yes.
all of it, yeah.
So much like the 229 in the east of Faversham. Moving on.
So that's a no, then, yeah. Okay, the next one is Sheila 405, land at Sheppey Way and Quinton Road.
Any comments, assent, dissent from this 56 proposed? 405, the next one down. Councillor Hunt?
Is this one, Sheppey Way and Quinton Road, it's the one that's right on the corner? I would say no to this because we've had a site application over the road from this that was went to appeal that was lost, and the inspector agreed that land between the A249 and Sheppey Way should be kept as sort of green space and greenfield to get that separation from Sittingbourne. So I don't think we should be putting that in.
So I agree.
Understood. Any Councillor Baldock agrees. Any dissent from that view? No. So that's a no then, please.
The next one is Sheila 413, land north of Peacock Hill.
This is this is for 357, and I think it would be absolutely crazy.
Any dissenting views from that proposal by Councillor Baldock?
413.
Oh God, that'd be a nightmare.
Yeah.
Any dissenting view? Councillor Baldock says no.
I say no.
No, it doesn't. Sounds like a no.
Okay, the next one then is Sheila 356, land at Brockdale.
So you missed 258. Oh, because it's brownfield. We don't. Right. Okay. Sorry. New site. 356. Page 49. Cheers.
Are we building over cherry orchards then?
Is this on the National Fruit Collection?
So yes, given.
Well, I've got to say no to this one.
Yeah.
I think we're agreeing no on that. Any dissent from that view? No.
It's all over the National Fruit Collection.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sod that.
Okay, the next one is Sheila 381, Sindel Park.
That's isolated, I think.
It is relatively isolated up there.
Yeah, I mean, I know we've just put. Sorry, I know we've just put Norton in, but I think in terms of access to shops and things like that, this is a different order.
Is this getting rid of the hotel?
No, I think it's at the back of
It's
the
behind the hotel, effectively. Councillor Hunt?
The only thing I would say is that you sort of said it's similar to what we've just agreed. Crossroads, can't remember what it's called, but we've got to remember that we have got to add some of these in, and this is 9 properties, so it's not a million miles away from everything, and I think 9 properties is probably acceptable in that site.
So we appear to dissent. Councillor Baldock, any different views?
I think it should be in the mix for the 4,000. You've got to get to 4,000 for Faversham, but probably one of the ones that you might want to look at as part of 4,000. I don't know how we're going to get that 4,000. I'd personally leave it to the Faversham councillors, but
I also don't know how we're going to get to 4,000. But if is there any dissent from the view that we leave those 9 in? I know Councillor Gould is not hugely comfortable with it. I'm not massively, but I think it probably is viable.
I think
Councillor
it's 9. That's not so bad.
Councillor Bonney.
Yeah, I'm just trying to because I know with a hotel, I can visualise driving up there. Is that a wooded area that site encapsulates? Because it's quite a prominent site.
There are certainly trees around the hotel.
No, I'm thinking if you drive along Newnham Valley.
I couldn't swear to
No?
it, but
Because of the lay of it.
it would. I think it would be quite visible. I think you're right.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about, because that valley is quite a significant. Well, there's a chalk valley there for starters, dry chalk valley, and the landscaped sort of impact there, because that looks to me like a clump of trees. I was just trying to think when I drive along in the morning what I see at the back there.
Councillor Hunt.
I mean, the notes on it say about it. It says that the northern part of the site is well developed and vibrant, screened by existing built environment, and the south half of the site is partially exposed to the countryside beyond, and would require increased screening. So it does sort of pick up those bits in there, and I think possibly with mitigation, it could work with
Can't screen
in the
that from
south. But again, it's for 9 dwellings, so it's.
I wouldn't.
So we do have dissent. So we shall vote then. Those in favour of including these 9. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those against. 1, 2, 3. Any abstentions? 2. We shall include them then, Stuart. On we go.
Okay, the next one is Sheila 393, land at Lionfield.
Lionfield where?
Lionfield's in Faversham.
Oh, is
yeah.
it? Okay.
well, I'm going to say yes to these because I think you need to look at them for the 4,000.
393, did you say?
And then
Yes, 393 land at Lionfield.
Oh.
decide which ones constitute the 4,000.
So we've got Councillor Hunt, Councillor Baldock suggesting include it. Any dissent from that view? No, I suppose we leave it in then.
Until you dig up a Roman villa.
Yeah.
Well, yes, who knows what's underneath there, but
Yeah.
we shall move on nonetheless.
Right, the next one is Sheila 418, land at Westminster off Brial Way. Brial Way, thanks.
Oh yes, is that our site? Is that a council site?
So this was, I'm pretty sure this was previously housing, knocked down, became an employment site,
Yeah.
which I think has now all been knocked down.
Yes.
It looks like we're agreeing that one.
Any dissent from including that? We're happy. Sounds. 76 in Sheerness.
It's
Sorry,
just the
Councillor Hunt.
flooding concern that I've got with that.
Yeah, any comments from the officers on that? That's presumably that's why that's noted in the healer. So.
Yeah, I mean, if it's selected for testing as an allocation, then we will have to put it through a stage 2 SFRA and look at the sequential test to determine if there are alternative sites within that area that could be more suitable, or if there are ways to mitigate the flood impacts and make the area better than what it was. So
Yeah, that one. I think.
it is only flood. I say only flood zone 3A, so there is a potential that it could get through the SFRA, but there would be additional mitigation required on it.
Understood. So we're we've noted the flood risk. Obviously, if it does, the reason we have to overshoot our numbers is because not everything will pass the further examination. This may be one of them, though the officers don't think that's a very high risk. So I'm not hearing any dissent from including this one. Keeping it in. Happy. Thank you very much, Stuart. Moving on.
What's the status of
We're coming on to that one now. 421.
The next one is Sheila 421, land at Breel Way.
Yeah.
Any views on this, Councillor Bonney?
I think that's our site, isn't it? Council's own site.
I think they are. If they're not, they've been bought now. If they're not ours anymore, Chair, I think they were bought by a developer who wanted to put commercial on there because employment land.
This was residential, though, wasn't it?
It was originally.
And it was employment.
Yeah.
And now it's
Nothing.
And it's just sitting there empty. Yeah.
Any dissent from including it?
No.
Happy across the room. Thank you very much. Moving on then.
Right, the next one is Sheila 338, land adjacent to Dansling's Plough Road.
So 6 houses on Plough Road. Any questions? Councillor Baldock. Any dissent from that view? I'm not seeing any dissent from that view, so are we happy to not include those 6? I'm seeing some nodding, so no, thank you, Stuart.
Next one is Sheila 341, land to the east of Oak Lane.
190 proposed on the site in Minster. Any views? Councillor Ball.
I think Sheppey has enough development in that area that needs to settle down before we start plonking these amounts on further on. So I don't think that's a good one.
Any different views, Councillor White?
Well, I have the same view. I mean, actually, if you look at the site, you know where it is. The access on the road system there is not good, and the planning inspector's just allowed 650 just down the road, and I don't think it's a suitable site to be developed.
Understood. So it sounds like this is a no from the room. Any dissent from that? No. Moving on then, please, Stuart.
Next one is Sheila 345, land at Lower Road.
So this is it is indeed 3 times as big. Any different views from Councillor Baldwin and Councillor Whiting to this one?
Could we see it on the map? I haven't got the map in front of me, Chair.
Councillor Hunt, whilst we get the map up.
The only thing I would say with this is residents want something done with the lower road. It needs to be widened. The only way you're going to do that is by having more housing.
I'll speak to that.
Right, we're just getting the map up for Councillor Whiting, but have you got a comment, Councillor Bonney?
Yeah, so in order to widen a road, I mean, I know you say, oh, well, we need more housing, but it's a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. But in order to widen a road, you're going to have to compulsory purchase a whole length in order to widen it. No, but we're talking about this whole connection all the way across. You couldn't do just 50 yards widening. It's not going to cut the mustard. You've got to do the length. So, and that's mega money, and that's a mega project in order to do that. And I think pouring more housing onto that road, it's at peak times, that's a bit of a nightmare, I think.
Councillor Whiting.
And it's that adjacent site, if I can read the number right, is it 161? It's the adjacent site to the left of, that's it, 181. That's the one that's just been allowed on appeal, I think, isn't it? Where are we going? Yeah. To the east of Scockles Road. So, and there was no road widening for that, and and the congestion really starts from the roundabout that's on that map on the at the bottom on the left. So, it would take an awful lot of of additional. I mean, that was allowed on appeal 181, but I'm not in favour of.
If we're not convinced, we shall. It doesn't sound like there's any dissent from the view that it would be very hard work to make that viable. So we can leave it out, please, Stuart. Moving on.
The next one is Sheila 402 Hollybush Farm Caravan Park.
They're brownfields, aren't they?
It is. Any Councillor Bullock
I agree with
agrees.
this one.
Yeah. Any dissenting view from that? Brownfield site. We're content. Okay, keep it in, please. Moving on.
The next one is Sheila 408 Estuary View Bell Farm.
Again, brownfield site. Only 15 this time. Any dissenting views, or happy to keep it in for brownfield? No, happy. Carrying on.
The next one is Sheila 412 Golden Lees Holiday Park.
Larger number, but same principle. Sounds like we're all content still. So, sorry, Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, the same as before. We've already agreed them anyway, so we don't need to. Yeah.
No, they're not.
Oh, these are
additional. So this is additional brownfield land, which is very positive in terms of minimising our greenfield take.
In that case, yeah.
The next one is Sheila 344 land adjacent to Laysdown Road.
So 62. No, sorry, 62 houses on page 55. Any questions, comments, thoughts?
It's right on the edge of the village, as far as
Yeah, Councillor Whiting.
Again, I think it's right on the edge of the village, isn't it? Have you got the map, Stuart? Sorry, I keep asking for the map.
Yeah, if you just bear with me, I'll switch screen.
Yeah, so as discussed on the edge of East Church there. Any views in favour?
I'd keep it in, Chairman, but
Councillor Whiting says in.
Well, I was going to say out.
Councillor Baldock says out. Would anyone like to speak either way? Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, I think in as well. It's on that road. It's just sort of copying from what's on the other side. You've got housing on one side, put it on the other.
Noted. So, proposal is for 62 on land adjacent to Laysdown Road, East Church. We have dissenting views, so we will vote. So, those in favour of keeping those 62 houses in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They remain in. Councillor Baldock, I'm assuming you're against, as you proposed.
I want my vote.
Noted. Councillor Baldock is against. Nonetheless, it remains in, and we move on.
All right, the next one is Sheila 366, land to the west of Shirland Castle.
Any views on this? Councillor Baldock.
Absolutely not. This is quite a historic area, so I think that is well beyond the boundaries of the built-up area. I just don't think that would be a good place.
No, I'm seeing some nodding from that side. Any dissent from that view? No, I think we're happy to remove that then, please, if we can.
The next one is Sheila 343, Street Farm, the street.
It could be anywhere, but it's in Iwade. So any views on that? 13 houses proposed on that basis.
Could I ask a question, Chairman? On the this is listed as brownfield, greenfield, and we've got others that are mixed in that in that categorisation. So where do they sit in our blanket brownfield in decision?
So, yeah, this is classed as a greenfield. So there's a couple of factors in play here. If it's like farm buildings, even though they're actually built environment, national policy sets out there they're to be treated as greenfield because they support agricultural use and so forth. Where you might have mixed on a site, the position's been to go, well, what the majority is. So the majority of the site is greenfield, then it's treated as greenfield.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hunt.
Good. Sorry, can we just have a map on this one? Because I know the area. I'm not exactly sure which one this would.
We're on 343, but we're just getting the map up. Any other views from anybody who's already looked at the map? Councillor Ball.
I'm against it. It's basically infill, but it's going to just knacker up the area, so I think it's bad.
Noted. Councillor Bullock says no. Councillor Gould.
I think it is infill, so I'd be in favour on those grounds.
Understood. We have a difference of opinion. We're just getting the map up so we can all see it.
Perhaps, Chair, we could keep the map up for the next two as well, because they're both in village.
Right. Can we all see that behind? So that looks to be behind the primary school, but I'm looking at a much smaller screen than you are. Does that change anybody's views? Offer a different view? We already have a difference of opinion. We've
It's
got
the one.
Councillor Bonney, then Councillor Hunt.
I think I remember, and I could be corrected here, but I do remember, I think it was the next bit along, which was considered by the locals of the new estate as open green space. And it was a really tight squeeze to get. And so this is, I think, the last piece that feels like open space. And I remember it when I stood on site to the left, we were looking down into the school.
Yeah.
And then there was a bit that was slightly scrubby, but it was, because that is quite a, when you drive around that bit of estate, there was you had to weave your way around it. And I do remember the whole conversation about the feeling of green space around there. So I think normally I'd say, oh yeah, infill, but this actually, I think, would have a bit of a detrimental impact, especially as it's adjacent to the school, and that's the school field at the back there.
Understood. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you.
Let's have a look.
Just confirming that we're looking at this more the southern one, isn't it?
Yeah, they're going to fill
Street.
that with housing, you see. So that's the last bit of green space.
It's the red one, yeah.
It's the orange mushroom shaped bit.
Yeah, that's what I just wanted to check, because this northern part, we discussed the southern part, which I said about before with the landowner. This is the same landowner as the north as well. Both, you can only get connection through the south, through the north one. And it's exactly the same as before, where this has been in the system for years, and I can't see any coming forward, and no developers weren't interested.
Understood. It sounds like we're generally not in favour, although it is infill. Is there any dissent from that view? No. Sounds like we shall remove then, if we can, please, Stuart. I'm sorry to ask again, councillors, but we do need to extend standing orders another time, if you will indulge us.
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Moving on then.
Okay, the next one is Sheila 360, land west of Old Ferry Road.
Again in Iwade, very, very large site.
Oh, yeah.
Councillor Baldock.
Yeah, I think the quantum of housing building that's gone on in Iwade is immense. I mean, we've talked about 15%, 60%. Iwade has undergone expansion by about 2,000%.
Yeah.
Or 200%. No, probably about 2,000%. This is on really quite sensitive landscape area, right on the SSI, very historical area. And I think this would be pushing Iwade's expansion abilities well beyond reasonability.
Noted. Any dissent from that view? I'm not seeing any, so I think that's a no, please, Stuart.
Okay, the next one's Sheila 401, Coleshall Farm, Iwade.
Similarly large site. Sounds like the same view. Any dissent from that?
What number was it? Sorry.
401. So it's effectively the neighbouring plot.
Oh yeah.
So again, no dissent from that view. So I think that's a no as well, please.
I think it's
Moving on, the next one then is Sheila 399.
What's the address of 399?
Sorry, land to the north of Brickfields.
School Lane, Newington. School Lane, Newington.
Are we not doing
Brownfield.
That's correct. Wasn't there the vote to include all
Brownfield.
Yeah.
So Brickfields Lane, School Lane, Newington. Any views for or against? Councillor Baldock.
against? This is just basically filling in even more of what's left of the green space in Newington, and the amount of housing that's gone on in Newington now is huge, and I think this is a step too far. I think we've got to start acknowledging some of these villages have had a huge development, and Newington has had rather a lot.
Noted. Councillor Hunt.
I'm going to disagree with it because Newington at least has got a train station. So if we're looking at sustainable locations with train station, going to have to be looking at those sorts of places. And Newington is a place, especially with the being a tier 4 village as well, and it's had less development than elsewhere with other villages of that tier.
Understood. Can we have the map again, Stuart? Sorry. So we sound to have a difference of opinion, so we will probably vote on it. This is 399. So this is the little one. We're going to come on to the two larger ones shortly. Yes, Councillor Baldock.
Brickfields is such an unusable road, but it didn't even have a name. And KCC didn't know where it was and thought that it was the next road along when there was a build. That's how you can barely get one vehicle along there. And there are horses at Triton. That road should be a byway, yeah. So that is a really no.
Noted. Councillor Hunt has dissented from that view, so we'll take it to the vote. Those in favour of keeping in Brickfield School Lane? 1, 2. Any against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will abstain. Any other abstentions? And Councillor Clark abstain. So I've lost track of what I just said. I think that's no. We've just said no. It's too late for my brain to do that. I've had a biscuit though, and we're still slowing. So moving on then.
So the next one's Sheila 415, and that's just to the south of 399 on the map there.
Any views on this?
Again, Church Lane and its and the exit out onto the A2 is just an appalling little bit of road, and to stick another 100 houses. It strikes me as completely inadequate. I get that it's next to a train station, and you might want people to walk from there or take a bike to the station, which would be lovely. But it will create vehicular traffic down what is already a very tight, very congested road.
Councillor Hunt.
Even though I said about the train station, I do agree that 102 is too much down that lane, and there's no chance of widening because you've got the rail bridge over it. So 13 would have been more acceptable, but yeah, when you're looking at hundreds, it's just not going to work.
Any dissent from that view, Councillor Bonney?
I was just going to say, I think it's sort of down, isn't it, on that side? When you travel along the train, it's a bit lower on that side as well. So, okay. I mean, that road is a nightmare onto the A2, but given the changes in government policy and this sort of automated, if you're near a train station that's near a serviceable area, this might be an automatic shoe-in. So,
Let them take that up.
yeah.
Do our officers wish to comment on that? Is it kind of viability? It's not that. No requirement to.
It's a greenfield site, so our whole plan viability assessment says that it's viable in terms of 30% affordable housing and other policy criteria. There may be some valid arguments there in terms of the road network to it, but the only way to test that out is to choose it for allocation and put it through our transport modelling.
Anything else on that?
Sorry to chip in when it's not my place, but it's got a resolution to grant planning permission for 90 dwellings on it, subject to a 106.
Right, already got yeah, not for 102, for 90, but so keep
It's got through planning committee, did it?
yeah, subject to 106.
Yeah, it's got a resolution that went in September.
Yeah. So happy to leave that in with 90. Thank you, Stuart. Moving on.
And the next one is Sheila 417, land west of Pond Farm. 417, land west of Pond Farm.
Again, large site. Any comments, questions? Councillor Baldwin.
Yeah, this is quite a sensitive area. It's already got very convoluted planning agreement on appeal by reducing the number from what had previously been rejected on appeal. And now they're just trying to put the bits back in they didn't get the first time. There's a reason that the bigger site didn't get permission and the smaller site did. So I think this is just basically them saying, well, we've got away with that bit, give us the rest of what we should have got the first time. It's a lot of housing development on a, it's not really the heart of a village. It's in a 20 because it's poor traffic, and you're going to get more traffic coming out on top of what's already been given permission at Pond Farm. I think this is a step too far.
Sorry. Any further comments or dissent from that view? I'm not seeing anything, so are we content to remove on that basis? Sounds like that's a no then, please. Moving on.
Next one is Sheila 419, 148 High Street, Newington.
This is 44 properties. 44 properties on the high street, or just off the high street, presumably. Any questions, comments?
How'd you get 44 houses on one plot?
Sorry.
How's it accessed? 419, because that's lower than the other. I think if there isn't.
No, we're going to
access points set out.
Maybe not.
Road.
Right. In the absence of putting roads through people's houses, we've got a suggestion that that's probably not a goer. Any dissent from that view?
Sorry, can I just put some context? I mean, a developer could effectively knock a house down to create a road if they get agreement with the owner of the property.
Councillor Hunt?
And it has been done at that location. There was a house that has been knocked down to deliver the site at the back. So
a unit has been knocked down, half the house. They've actually, it was two houses, detached, semi-detached. They knocked down one of the semi-detached. It's an absolutely ludicrous situation.
So we've got a proposal not to do that again. Is there any dissent from that view? I can't see any. So we remove this. Sorry, Councillor Hunt dissents. Okay, noting Councillor Hunt's dissent, we'll remove that one, please, and move on.
Okay, the next one's Sheila 326, land to the rear of 14 Barn Close, Borden.
So 9 houses. 9. Councillor Baldock.
Yeah, I object to this. I don't object to development in Borden because I supported the park homes, but this one, it's been up before. They've gone for this several times. It gets rejected every time. The access to it, again, it's at the back of Barn Close.
It's on the screen.
It's another one of these where you go
On
through
the
the
big
garden into a field. It's impact on the conservation area, and it's just a silly proposal. So we've rejected it several times, and it's just for 9 houses.
Note we've got a proposal to say no. Any dissent from that view? No, I think we'll remove that then and move on. Stuart, please.
The next one is Sheila 324 Home Farm Breach Lane.
16 at Lower Halstow. Any comments? Sorry, Councillor Baldock.
I think this would be suitable for park homes, but due to the nature of the landscape, I don't think, or bungalows, but I don't think two-storey dwellings would be suitable. So the site itself, I don't think is a problem, but I think it would have to be park homes.
I don't think we can necessarily set that condition here, but we can certainly note that as a preference and keep the site in. Is there any dissent from that view?
Or we could take the site out and let them resubmit for site park homes.
Also true. Yeah. Stuart?
I mean, yeah, we could keep the site in and look at it in terms of policy writing for the site allocation, making it more specific what niche of housing we'd be looking for.
Great. Happy with that approach? So keep it in, but rewrite it to be the policy we're after for there. Any dissent from that view? No, we shall leave it in then.
Okay, the next one is Sheila 334 Land off Chafes Lane, Upchurch.
Any views? We're on 66. 3 all to come together.
We've already agreed the proposed 200 for Upchurch, didn't we?
We have indeed, yeah.
So this would be 290. This would take it up to nearly 300.
Correct. Any views? Yes, no, maybe?
On that policy, I'd say no to those in Upchurch for the next 4.
Noted. Councillor Hunt?
I was going to say the same thing. If you say no, just do those next 4 as no.
Okay, I can't see any dissent from that, so we're saying no more to the new sites in Upchurch, given we've agreed the previously proposed sites. Happy?
Sorry, that finishes the list of the new sites.
Well done, Councillor. So I have finished the list of new sites.
I suggest a delegation.
Mm-hmm. I've been passed a note to suggest a delegation. So having done that, we can propose to delegate to the head of planning to compile the allocations agreed and to present to P&R in a manner which differentiates those sites which will contribute to the 5-year housing land supply. That's a lot of acronyms at 10:30, I'm afraid. 5-year housing land supply, and to recommend direct to P&R any further allocations required to make up any shortfall in consultation with the chair of PTPWG, who is me. Councillor Baldock.
There is a shortfall.
But we don't believe there is a shortfall, but should that emerge from the maths, that would be the approach we take. Councillor Baldock.
Right, we've agreed a load of sites now. We are above the number that we needed to meet the overall figure. What we have is a need to have a priority on those that we think can deliver in the 5 years, which is, I believe, 1,100. We've also, I think, seriously over-allocated Faversham. So we need to be looking at, because when this comes to P&R, that's basically our Reg 19. So we have to bear this in mind when we've over allocated.
Excuse me.
Bless you. But we've got to get a 4,000 figure for Faversham, but not a 6,000 figure. We also do not need to go. Bear in mind, was that figure was with the 2,500 set aside for Highstead, so that only left us with 1,100. We've gone well over 1,100. So how do we decide which ones? Obviously, we're going to take some out for Faversham, but how do we decide which ones will be the final? Say 1,300 for a bit of comfort.
Happy to answer that, I'm sure.
So as previously discussed, there's quite a lot of uncertainties with Highstead at this stage, so we want to go way beyond that figure. As I say, what we need to do now is look at those greenfield sites to determine the ones that we think can help contribute to the 5-year supply position. As I say, because of the Highstead uncertainty, it's advisable to go beyond the 1,100 figure, which was just to get to a 5-year supply. So really, for the purposes of examination and testing through appeals and so forth, you need to go beyond that 1,100 figure to have that safety cushion there, effectively.
Right. We've already got a 5% buffer, and we have said that we want to set 2,500 aside. That was a resolution. So we need to be indicating those that are not needed if we have a 2,500, and then those that potentially would be if we need the 2,500 come back when we get the decision.
I've got Councillor Gould, and then take any further questions.
I think the other thing about the Faversham sites is that the big 118 which on this occasion is extending right the way to the Thanet Way, that plus the Duchy is 5,000 or more. So I think shrinking back on that second strategic site in Faversham, to closer to Faversham, rather than really destroying the gap between Faversham and Bourton, and going right out to Thanet Way, I think needs to be looked at how much of the site needs to go in there to get that sort of 4,000 for Faversham.
And if we take that approach, that also means all of the small sites. So we have already said no to Brogdale and Lionfield, but there were other small sites included in Faversham, mostly along the A2, which would also be de facto rejecting.
I think we can look at Faversham as a whole.
Yeah.
If Faversham has to contribute 4,000 houses, maybe some of those smaller sites are actually better than having more and more stuck going out into the fields further and further away from Faversham than ones that are tucked in.
Yeah, agreed.
So I think a 4,000 total for Faversham is something to work at, because even with those two big strategic sites, we're so far over it.
I agree. So I think that's a clear steer that the officers and I can work with on the delegated authority. Is there any other view, Councillor Baldock?
I think it's a hell of a stick for you to have delegated on your own. You don't know the whole ward, the whole borough, and it's then because it will all come undone at P&R otherwise. So what I'm proposing is that you consult with us before you make that final agreement. So we get a proposal from Stuart, that goes to you, but you circulate that amongst the TPWG, and if we have any serious issues or we think there is something that needs to come back, we can raise it. It's better than an emergency meeting, because we don't want this to come undone at P&R.
I was just going to check with the timetable for that. I don't think we'd have time for an emergency meeting. I'm very happy to do the circulating. I think that's very sensible middle ground. I'd be nervous about committing to coming back again.
So just to be clear, members would be happy for officers to work on the sites that were discussed tonight and provisionally agreed, and then to basically email you with what our findings are and what we'd then be proposing for Policy and Resources Committee.
Yeah.
I would like to see a reduction in the amount that's being imposed on Upchurch if we do have wriggle room.
Understood. I think that can be achieved with the officers and me, but I agree we'll circulate before we submit it to P&R. I think that's a sensible caveat. Councillor Braun?
I think it'd be sensible if that is what we're minded to do. We set some kind of time limit on members responding to that to make sure that some people might not see it and that isn't ideal, but to make sure that they then understand why they didn't get a response.
Absolutely agree. There will have to be a firm deadline, and that will be unlucky for some councillors if they happen to be away from their emails for that period, which is sadly the nature of the timeline we're working with. Are there any other? Sorry, Councillor Bonney.
I know it's late, and my brain's a bit frazzled, but just remind us again of the timing. So this going for a Reg 19, at what point will this be compared to when the Heisted decision might come out? Bearing in mind, we have no idea when that will be. It could be in 3 months, or it could be in a year and a half.
Well, quite. I'm just trying to find on the agenda.
So you're asking when is the Reg 19 going out for
timetable,
consultation? Yeah, this summer.
June or July.
Before the Heisted Park.
Unknown.
We don't know. The inspector said the first couple of months of 2026.
No, for her report.
Yeah.
But
Do we see her report?
No.
Before it goes to Secretary?
No.
And because there's so many blue pencil clauses in Section 106, they're going to, I think the ministers, officers or whatever, are going to want to look at that pretty carefully to think through the different scenarios and consequences.
Yeah, we may well go out to consultation without that result. I think remains a reasonable risk, and is why we've pursued this. Why we've pursued a constrained timetable we have, trying not to run in triple parallel, which has been far from ideal.
You was putting
So
plan is 10-year review. You have to do it in 5 years anyway.
So if we're going out to Reg 19 in the summer and we've not had the Heisted Park decision, and we're including the Heisted Park numbers in it, that basically is an own goal, in my view, that will get the minister to agree Heisted Park, because you've already put it in your Reg 19.
I don't disagree, but Councillor Baldock?
We did talk previously about a staggered approach to housing delivery, where we had a slightly lower delivery in the first 8 years and then a higher delivery in the second 7 years. The benefit of that being it meant that big decisions could be then factored in later on, but we were looking for, if you've got a lower, if you go for a staggered approach where you're delivering 40% of your housing target in the first half of the plan and 60% in the second half of the plan, well, that means that your target for those first 5 years is lower, isn't it?
I wouldn't have thought it affected the 5-year land supply, which is calculated differently, but
yeah, so I think what Mike's referring to is what's known as a step trajectory, and this comes into play if the suite of sites that have been selected for allocation, when they're being tested through the whole plan evidence, like transport modelling, for example, there is identified mitigation required that can't be delivered in the earlier parts of the plan. Then you have the justification to have a lower housing need figure in the earlier parts of the plan, but then you have to make up that shortfall in the latest phases. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword in some ways. You sort of have slightly easier approach in the first few years, but that's because some of your larger sites may be delayed in delivery because of some kind of infrastructure constraint. And then the later years of the plan, you have to then go much further than you would normally do if it was a flat level delivery.
Councillor Gould.
Addressing Councillor Bonney's point about the shooting ourselves in the foot with Heisted, how close are we to that 2,000 and what we've talked about tonight?
We can possibly look at some numbers. Yep.
We're at 1,765, but that is for the buffer and the cushion, so that's for reasons other than Heisted.
Sorry, can you just explain that a bit in words of one syllable for me? the numbers, how
We've got
they stack up
600 more than we need.
with Highstead?
No,
Without?
with the
Does that include the brownfield and include all the brownfield, all the ones we talked about tonight, and all the previous ones?
And that's what we'd go out with without Highstead.
That's with Highstead, so without Highstead we'd be 1,900 shy, give or take.
If I can just channel my inner Lisa Fillery and say no live maths, we are working off what we think is correct, but that's part of why I've asked for the delegation to refine it, because I'm not going to promise you that these figures that we're saying now are accurate. I think we have kept pace with the conversation, but I don't want to realise we've missed something or double counted something. And I know Lisa would say no live maths, so I'll channel that caveat. Thank you.
I mean, from a Reg 19, because there's an awful lot for the inspector to get a head round, and I think from the last conversation she had in the inquiry was that her report wasn't going to be ready to at least March, April, at the very earliest. But if we're including it in the local plan, and that just seems nuts to me, because that just gives them every reason. We've spent all those months fighting it. I'd have thought you'd have been putting up, because if they haven't made a decision, they will take note of our Reg 19 as planning policy. So you put forward a scheme and numbers without Highstead Park.
We need more of a reserve.
Yeah.
As I said, I don't disagree, Councillor Bonny. I think it's a risk, but I think we will have to. We have agreed something. We have agreed something, so we have requested and not yet agreed to delegate that with a circulation. I'm very happy to take that steer. So I've just so I'm clear on the steer I'm taking with officers. Faversham, we are aiming for 4,000, and we will calculate that as best we can from the sites available, given we've included everything so far. If there is any wiggle room within that, we will reduce Upchurch. If there's any wiggle room beyond reducing Upchurch, we will look to reduce the liability we've included for Highstead to avoid the possibility of shooting ourselves in the foot if we think that's a possibility. I don't think there's any indication that that's how much wiggle room we've got, but that's the order I'm working in, if that makes sense.
Well, it will invalidate everything that we've done over last year, quite frankly, if you put Highstead into the Reg 19. So, you know.
I agree, but I didn't vote for it.
Well, I just mean when we go to full council, we'll end up with the position that we probably won't be able to get it through.
Well, that's always been the risk.
Yeah.
I agree that has always been a risk, but well, we'll take that steer and we will come recirculate a proposal before P&R. Councillor Braun.
I mean, I just wanted to say that I think the only way around that would have been strategy 4. Because then we'd have more numbers that we could remove, but now we're in a position, it's 11 o'clock, we need something to go before P&R.
Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I was just going to ask, is the mail out that's going out after the officers have done their calculations to the committee as sits tonight, or to the substantive committee?
Excellent question.
Excellent question. Yeah.
It should probably be all sitting members. Yeah. I think would be the standard. I think that's probably within my gift, but my guess would be the registered members who could express their will. So we have a proposal to delegate on the floor, which I'm proposing. Is there any? Thank you, Councillor Whiting. All those in favour of that delegation? We've discussed it at length, yes. Any against? Any abstentions? No. So that delegation has passed, which includes the two final items. So I am.
Are you saying that includes G&T and employment?
That's how I read that. Was that not your intention?
I just want to be double
Yeah. No, so just we're all clear that includes the Gypsy and Traveller sites and the employment land.
Yeah.
Which we have previously discussed is broadly our proposals from last summer. There has been very little change and very little new allocation on that front, although we have just made a change to the employment land. So clearly there will be some change. Councillor Bulldog.
Can I just point out I was going to move, but I'm running out of time and will to see if we can slightly change or slightly be more slightly generous on the windfall and look at the stepped trajectory, see if there is any mileage we could get for that. Even if it's only a small amount now and a larger amount in the second half, given that we are looking at a rather large site in Faversham, that is going to take time to come through. So a step trajectory might be justified on that basis.
I'm sure officers can take that away.
Yeah, as I say, with the step trajectory issue, particularly with the go large and the east approach, we won't really know the answer to that until we start the transport modelling, which probably be one of the major areas that mitigation will be required. So we won't be able to give you an answer to that in the short term, but we certainly will. If the evidence is there as part of submitting the plan for examination, we can then, as part of the topic papers that support the Reg 19 plan, set out to the inspector why we think the step trajectory approach is appropriate based on that, on any evidence that's been developed in that time.
And there will always be, the inspector will always give her interim findings, won't she? Which will give us time to then, if we need to find another, say, 1,100 houses, or we need to remove 500 here and reallocate them somewhere else, we do have that time before the final sitting. So that does give us that room, that extra time, but we can adjust things. It's harder to take things out than it is to put things in. I'll just say that.
Yep. Potentially, yes. I'd say actually it's easier to take things out than to put them in. But yeah, and especially with, I think, the government directive for planning inspectors to get your plans through. Having attended the webinar today, it's all get your plans done at pace. So I think, yeah, it's better you have to submit a plan that you think will get through the system, rather than thinking, we'll get a second chance.
Understood. But we have proposed the delegation, which I'm just checking the consent of the room is that includes the Gypsy and Traveller and Employment. That was my reading of it, and so that concludes the meeting at bang on 11 o'clock. 4 hours. Thank you very much, officers in particular, for a sterling effort, and members. I shall see you all at P&R to have another go. Good night.